Peter, welcome.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Tired. Got a couple hours of
Yeah,
sleep. That's some shit.
yeah. Keep you awake for a couple more hours with this flat Earth debate. You got coffee, or do you do energy drink?
I usually do Red Bull, but my girl makes me some coffee.
Oh, nice. That's what I got going on. Coffee. So I decided that I'm not going to convert to flat Earth, at least not right now, and I'm willing to defend the position of the globe. So
Okay.
not necessarily fully committed, but enough to where I can say that I could probably, defend the globe. I don't know how skilled you are in the flat Earth.
Well, I'm not gonna. What's it called? I can't really go into the scientific stuff because I only go by what the scripture says, and it makes more sense on a flat Earth with the scriptures because just nothing makes sense on the when you try to rationalize. I mean, I, when you try to rationalize the ball Earth in the Bible, I just don't see how that's possible. But yeah,
So you have a theological problem with the globe.
it's more like it contradicts everything in the Bible when it comes to the globe and space and the other planets. Everything just doesn't fit in the Bible for me.
Hmm.
All right.
All right, so yeah, it's more of a theological problem for you rather than like scientific.
Just it just doesn't. It just I just don't see it fitting in the Bible. I just don't see it.
All right, so we can talk about the Bible if you want. We can do that where you can try to pull up some scriptures
All
on
right.
flat Earth from the Bible, and then we can get into the science later.
All right.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Well, I guess we'll just use scriptures first, and then we'll just go through what's called videos and try to like what's called explain what's like the fuck ups in the videos.
Yeah.
Okay, so the what's called it says in Genesis 1:6 that what's called and God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the water, and let it divide the waters from the water." And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. So God calls the firmament that divides the water heaven, and what when we look up into the sky and during the day, like it's all blue because it literally states that there's water above the firmament, which is because which is what I'm trying, which is what I'm understanding from the scriptures. It's like it's simple when you actually read the scriptures and just look out and be like, okay, so that is water. But man tells us, it's reflecting off the earth and stuff like that, which d- doesn't really make sense to me. Because are they trying to say that it's like like there's a mirror up there reflecting off the let's go reflecting the same colors of the earth, but it's all blue?
Um. Yeah. There. Well, what it appears to be, based on all the measurements, is that the Earth has an atmosphere. You go up so high, you're able to detect several layers of different kinds of gases and molecules up there. And then they would put that into seven different or six different layers, I believe, because it's obviously different. Each layer of the atmosphere is different. I believe that there was a seventh layer, and that's what the Bible is talking about here in that particular passage. But the difference between me and you, we believe kind of the same thing on that. I just believe that it's no longer there, and you still believe that the dome, if you will, is intact.
Yes, because you said that it wasn't it was you said that you're saying that it was shattered after the flood, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Uh, at the time of the flood, yeah, the initial eruption of the flood would have just vaporized it.
Well, I mean, but the scriptures after you read what's called after the flood, it still talks about the firmament and the waters above above the firmament, even after Genesis.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't talk about like well, it may talk about waters in the firmament, like talking about the third heaven, like. But I don't. And there are still waters in the heavens. I mean, there is still water in the firmament, which is clouds. So it just depends on the context of it. It's not if it's not
Well,
being specific to. This is really the only verse, the only passage in the Bible that you can really point to like a actual solid structure above the atmosphere. It doesn't even say it was solid, really.
there's
So
actually a scripture that says it's solid, and this is in Job 37:18. Hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong and as molten looking glass?
yeah, and I believe that it is a solid. I'm just saying, yeah. So you're right on that. There's good evidence for a dome. It's just whether or not that thing is still there. So if you find a Bible passage, you know, if it's talking about those waters, like if it's talking about the canopy, then it's talking about a time before the flood. That's what I would put. Like, I wouldn't say that they're still there. So if you're reading a passage in the Bible, talks about the canopy, it must be referring to the canopy that existed before the flood. That's just based on science. And then the story of the flood itself talks about the windows of heaven being opened.
Yeah, but it doesn't really it doesn't say that the windows of heaven were shattered.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, and that's why
And it wouldn't even have been a shattering. It would have been more like a total vapor, like a vapor is like man tongue.
vaporization.
Yeah, it would have
Vapor.
been more like that, like a rapid melting of whatever was there.
I don't I don't see how that in the Bible, like where like for me it just what's called for me when I read it, it just says that what's called the firmament was there, and then the windows of heaven were open and it flooded the earth. And then later on, it stopped, and the firmament was is still there throughout the Bible. So I mean, like I just still see it as it's still up there to this day, and that's why you have NASA trying to like shoot rockets up to it. Then you got the what's called Operation Fishbowl, when they what's called they are still constantly trying to shatter the glass sky, because that's what they've been trying to do since the Tower of Babel. And
So you think you have evidence that we physically contacted this dome?
yes, because that's there's a what's called there's a lot of rocket videos where you can see it hit the firmament, bounce off the firmament, and I mean it just
Okay.
like
Well, why don't you actually go and try to contact it yourself? We have plenty of jets out there. Like, why isn't there somebody that's tried to contact that? Are they
what
just not researching it? Is some flat earther doesn't have enough money to go and try to do this, or what's happening there?
well, there was that what's called there was that there was a video of that rocket that's not government funded, and Iger showed you that one video where like it was they attached a GoPro rocket pointing downwards, and it shoots up, and then at a certain point it stops and it slowly starts spinning, but it's not going any higher. Do you remember that video?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like that's the rocket hitting the firmament, and it's not it's and from the way the way the video was going, it wasn't going any higher once it hit that firmament, and that's the limit of the
Okay, but
firmament.
that's just your interpretation of what's happening out there. What we really need is an intentional uh, mission to send something up there to contact the dome. And if we make a prediction that at a certain distance, based on whatever model that you have, the distance of the dome, you should be able to just, you know, reach an obvious conclusion. If it hits something, well then, and especially if it hits it at a distance that you predict, would be good stuff. I just don't see any of that.
Well, you have this global cabal who's trying to brainwash people and manipulate them. And what's called you don't believe like there's this global conspiracy, like a whole global world conspiracy?
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is, why isn't a private researcher that's a flat earther gone to at least try this?
I
That's
have not
curious, right?
I have not done any research if any flat earthers have been trying to. I know there's I don't know about that one story about this one guy trying to like strap himself to a rocket and fly up to the sky and almost die from doing that stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's literally videos of NASA rockets hitting the firmament over and over and over, and the fact that they have this fake space in order to what's it called in order to deceive us and make it look real. And what's called Iger can't join today. That's what he said, and he's gonna have to like watch the replay. But uh, have you actually seen the so-called well, they say it's real. It's the Tesla car in space. You ever seen that?
No.
If you Google what's it called Tesla car in space, and that shit looks so fucking fake. And what's it called they're telling you that that's real. Like,
Hmm. Well, you really like if you were to bring this in honest court of law, and they would have to obviously look at it, get expert photographers and stuff to determine if it's legitimate. But like,
yeah.
I don't think that that's going to be enough either way to be
Well,
able to say
well,
that
I mean,
the
like,
Earth is a globe just based on the. I mean, if I'm asking you for evidence of somebody who's actually gone out there intentionally to try to find it, and there's none of that, but you do have a bunch of videos that seem to be fake. One is going to outweigh the other. I don't think that what you have is sufficient for a good like a argument. It's just like partial evidence.
it's what's it called. It might sound like partial evidence, but you literally have videos of NASA rockets hitting the firmament, though, and SpaceX
Hmm.
rockets, and then you have it's just like there's videos of the firmament getting hit multiple times, and that's why you have those giant ripples that happen once those rockets hit them. I mean, like it just how do you explain the ripples in the sky every time those rockets hit the firmament? Because that just
Well,
doesn't.
that's just based on an assumption that a firmament is there. There could be another explanation as to why they're reacting the way that they are. That has to do with rocks. I don't know. I'm
Well,
not
I
a
mean, like it just makes sense if it because it looks like water ripples.
Yeah. You could say that it looked like that, but like when it comes down to it, you have to decide whether or not that is.
But why isn't it like what's called like why isn't that rocket like shooting out outer space and constantly keep going? Like why does it have to? Why is that reaction even happening?
I'm
Like
not sure.
yeah, like if we so-called live in like this ball Earth, and there's this what's called we live in this open space of air, and then there's this vacuum out there, and it's shooting up and it's not going any further, and it's causing this giant ripple in the sky. I mean, just and then when you read Genesis and it says talks about the firmament and everything, it just makes sense that there is no outside, and the fact that NASA has ties to Walt Disney, and Walt Disney's tombstone has the that one scripture in Psalms. The Psalms 148:4. Praise Him, ye heavens of heavens, and the oh no, that wasn't the scripture that was on the tombstone. Let me see.
Well, let's assume that the dome is still there. It's not circular. Still, it's a sphere. Even if the Earth is not flat, the dome is a
It's
sphere. So somebody who's using their intuition and looking around them would assume that the Earth entirely is a sphere.
No, because just because like it's a dome doesn't mean that the Earth that we live on is a sphere either. Because it just because like it makes sense if it was like straight flat and then you have the dome like it's like a what do you call it, like a snow globe, not
Yeah,
like
but it's
what's
more like the Earth is like an ice cream cone, though, because you have these pillar things that you guys draw, you know, and none of
well
it even has like a map to back it up. The Bible says the Earth is a circle, right? Like he's on a circle of the Earth. You could call the dome a circle entirely. God's sitting on the whole thing, but you can't really call the Earth a circle, even though it's a disc, which is
you are
entirely
breaking up. You're breaking up a bit. Well,
exists. What about now? Oh man,
y-
what about now?
yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. What was I saying? Um, I don't know. I don't know where we
Something
were.
about what's
Oh
called the
yeah,
Earth.
circles. So you can't call it a circle. It depends on how you're looking at it. I mean, if you want to call the whole thing a circle, it can't be done. If you just want to say that God's sitting on the part of the earth that is a circle, which is like very top dome, then you could say the Bible's accurate. But it's uh,
Well, I mean,
more
like if you
technically
look,
correct if it was a sphere.
well, I mean, the Earth is God's footstool, and if you're sitting on top of the Earth and you're looking down, and God describes it as a circle. So I mean that would, but like God didn't call the Earth a ball. God called it a circle for like it's.
Yeah,
I mean, it just makes more sense. Like it's because why like a, what's it called a ball is a third dimensional, right? And a circle is like, oh, wait, how do you say it? Like,
yeah. I don't know. I guess a ball is sort of like a 3D circle, but
yeah.
all the way around. Circle, and then Bible also says He formed the earth to be inhabited, and if you know with a flat Earth model, it seems like most of the Earth itself, as far as like its entire mass, like, would be on that lower portion, which is hanging down, and so only a portion of the Earth is supposed to be inhabited at that point. But then again, you're being technical if you use that argument. I understand that, but just saying, if He's formed it to be inhabited, there seems to be a lot of a complete waste. I guess you could say the same thing if it's a globe, because there's a lot on the inside of that, but because it wraps all the way around, it kind of connects the whole thing.
Well, I mean, I don't believe it. Well, I don't believe it like I don't believe it wraps around. It just like what's it called because there is and what's it called there is in the what's it called Antarctic. It's the Antarctic Circle, and that surrounds the whole entire Earth and keeps the waters in. And then it talks in the Bible that what's it called that the world has ends throughout the Bible, the ends of the earth constantly throughout the Bible. So I mean, a ball Earth does not have an end. It's just
Yeah,
yeah, which doesn't make sense to me when you're trying to think about a ball Earth with
just
the
depends
ends
on
of the Earth.
uh, I guess the intention of the language. When you're speaking something, you don't necessarily mean to be literal. That goes for everyday language. So if the Bible says to the ends of the earth and there isn't any end, it just kind of wraps back around. Or if nobody is inhabiting the ice caps, it wouldn't make sense either way. Because then if the gospel is going to the ends of the earth and he's going to rapture everybody, all the elect from the earth, but nobody's there in those locations.
Actually, there is a lot of government sites in the Antarctic Circle.
But I'm just saying that the ends of the earth doesn't, uh, you don't have to take it literal and say that the earth literally has ends, but that God will go to the far reaches, the farthest that you can possibly go, everywhere.
But what's called when you
You know,
okay, but what about what's
you could say
called
that every
the
geographical location is a corner, and they're not corner. They're like on a continent, but you're saying corner just to represent the fact that it's kind of like all isolated in one area. So,
well, when I read the ends of the earth, I take it literal though,
yeah.
because yeah, I mean that's the only way I can make sense of it, because like I mean, but okay, so what about Isaiah 40:22 when it says, "It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof as the grasshopper, that stretches out the heavens, which is the firmament, as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in." Like when you think about like a
Yeah.
tent, like there's an end to the tent. There's ends when you think about a tent or a canopy. Like you wouldn't be
Well, I'm pretty sure the Bible is clear that that those heavens, they don't stop expanding. Like he stretches them out. Uh, this is present tense. Stretch it. And sometimes we'll say like because it's talking about a specific scenario, talk like it's in the present tense. So maybe not, but in multiple places, God stretcheth out the heavens like a curtain to dwell in. If you look at Hubble telescope, the space is still like expanding right now. And that's
I don't
what the Bible means when it says He stretched out the heavens. It means that there was originally no stars, and then He put the stars in the heavens. He stretched them out into the positions.
well, I don't believe in
The stretching out of the heavens is directly connected to the stars. So it can't be just referring to the dome unless the stars are inside of the dome, which makes no sense.
actually
It
what's
seemed like a
called
telescope could disprove that.
well, I mean, it says in Genesis, let me see. Okay, and it says for your season. No, that's not it. It's Genesis 1:16. And God made two greater lights, and the greater lights to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also, and God set them in the firmament of the heaven. So, like,
Yeah,
yeah. So yeah, God set
that
them in the.
doesn't mean the first heaven. No, they're not in here now. You could assume that he's talking about the first heaven, but I would not take that literal because it just doesn't.
I mean, like the first chapter, like the what's called the Book of Genesis. Like a lot of it is literal, though.
Yeah,
That's and I'm when because like that's the only way I can read it when you actually you have to because
well,
I
you
mean
have
like
to
every
also
because
realize that outer space in itself is a firmament, and there are multiple heavens. And
there, I mean there is like like there is no space though like that's the
well, why
thing
does
because
the
like
Bible
there
say that He hangs the earth upon nothing?
that he hangs upon the earth over nothing. Yeah, because he doesn't hang the earth. Or
Really? Because your flat Earth map shows it hanging on something. It has to be.
what's it called? Okay, so when you look at a flat Earth map, are you talking about the one that's literally like just a
I'm
flat
talking
circle and
about
just
any flat
floating up
Earth that
there like that?
shows something hanging under the disk. There's a station with tail has to be in somewhere. Some roots under that flat disk, and that's
Well, I don't believe in the whole what's it called like I don't believe in the just the flat disk floating in the middle of nowhere. Like because I believe that there's the flat Earth, then there's the firmament on top, then the pillars underneath us. But it doesn't. But what's it called it doesn't like it doesn't like freely like float on nothing.
well. Then, what does the Bible mean? What would be your take on that passage? Because
Which passage is that?
I don't know which. It's somewhere in Proverbs. I think he hanged the earth upon nothing.
Hangs the earth.
These things coincide with modern astronomy, where he's stretching out the heavens. He's sitting on a soul, and he's also what did we just say? I'm getting lost for a second. So he stretched out the heavens. He sits on a circle, and then the one he's hanging the earth upon nothing, so which would refer to the fact that there's nothing in outer space, a vacuum, and
Well,
the claim to nothing is a empty vacuum.
well, what's called when you think about space and how they're saying that what's called that we're spinning and we're shooting off. So wouldn't there be have to be something underneath us? Technically, if we're so-called spinning and shooting off in space, like the other stars and other galaxies, so-called behind us or forward or side us, whatever, whichever direction we're spinning at, wouldn't that literally be something underneath us? That we're constantly shooting out.
What do you mean, like gravity if it exists? Just that, which I think it does, but everything's getting. It's not like being shot out; it's being pulled.
Well, yeah, but then what's called like if you're saying that what's called like we're so-called shooting through outer space and we're passing through all these other stars, shooting through in the universe and stuff like that. Wouldn't that literally be underneath us also, like going since we're going past the other stars too, shooting through the universe? Like this, like I don't believe there's anything like hanging. I don't believe we're hanging at all over nothing.
Okay, what you don't have like a idea as to what that verse means. Then
Stars that hang at the earth upon nothing. Yeah, because God doesn't. Because this is hanging upon nothing. Yeah, because it's not hanging upon something. So it's like it's not hanging by gravity. The what's called it's not being hang it's not being hung by gravity. But what science tells us that gravity is hang it's because the Earth is it was we're staying in place, spinning around. What's called because of gravity.
it teaches there is no gravity in space, and that's why there's massive objects that are like attracting one another and orbiting, but nothing's causing everything to fall except if you gotta zoom out a lot to see anything actually falling in space. But then again, I don't know.
I don't know. Like I just I just literally took
Stuff I don't
everything.
understand.
Wait, what? So you broke out a little bit.
That's a lot of stuff that I don't understand, like complex astronomy. Fabric of space time, if you will, theory of stuff. No,
I mean, I don't. I what's called like for me. I just I don't believe in anything related to space, other planets, the Big Bang, because it just doesn't. Because it just says in the Bible that God created the heaven and the earth, and I don't believe space. The what's called the thing that man calls space is heaven. This vast, empty universe of space, heaven. I don't believe that.
What's your problem with it? Like, seems to be
Because that's
like emotional. Rather, there's like
it's more because what's called man tells us that what's called that you know what's called the reason why life exists is because of the Big Bang, and it's out of coincidence, and then out of the Big Bang came the universe, the galaxy, space, the earth, and all that stuff, while the Bible says what's called says it differently, that God created the foundation of the earth, the heavens. What's called God created the what's called the sun. Uh, and then it says that what's called in Genesis 14, Genesis 1:14, that what's called, and God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let there be signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And when I what's called when there's like what's called there's videos of the sun and the moon actually closer than you think.
yeah, sure. I don't know. I have to take a look at them because all the conversation, man. That so we're going off the Bible now. Do you want to stay on the Bible and some verses that you think prove? Because uh, I think we both feel confident about our specific interpretations on verses, like he's sitting on a circle of the earth, or
Hey, you
he's
got a
stretching
mic?
out of heaven.
You got a mic because you're still trying. You're still breaking up. Still.
I'm adding the other Chris to the stream.
All right. I think it's echoing.
There we go.
That's better.
All good.
So what were you saying?
I was saying that I think that we're both pretty confident. Like we're like I don't know if it'd be emotionally attached or too scientifically. One of the two. I don't know. Too.
I am not. I don't look at it scientifically. I look at it through what's called like understanding what I'm seeing, and then reading the scripture and what's called like it just makes sense to me when I because like the strange things you see about the what's called those weird videos of the rockets hitting the firmament, those ripples in the sky, and then it just looks like water to me. And then when I read Genesis, it just makes sense.
Well, then when it comes to when it comes to Bible verses, though, like what other ones do you think like are has my responses been adequate to like to at least where you know where I'm coming from, you know why I'm thinking that way, like
Well,
why I'm assuming that the Bible means he's on a globe and that space is expanding and that it's in space. The globe is in space, which is expanding. That's something that I don't necessarily think you could get that from the Bible, like specifically. Like you'd need, I guess, modern astronomy to figure out the details of that. But you would, because the stars, you look up and they're quite a distance out. So we don't. Me and you disagree on how far they are actually out. That probably many miles in either model. So stretching them out, you could see. So the Earth is a circle. The heavens have been stretched. There's like a firmament, and I don't know what your position is on the other verse, which talks about the Earth hanging on nothing, but it makes sense logically, and that's really the only passages where it even talks in it, because the Bible's not a science textbook or anything, so it does brush on these issues, but it kind of comes right over them, with passages like really quick statements. Hangs the earth on nothing. He's sitting on a circle. He's stretching out the heavens. That's not really specific. Kind of gives a basic idea, which you could take either way.
I know I was called. I know I was called. I know where you're coming from, because like because you're pretty much like the knowledge you take from this world, like where man tells you like how the sun works, or how the stars are, or what's called how this world, what's called how their worldview works. And I just it tells you in the Bible that what's called worldly knowledge is foolishness. So I literally like I dump out every single thing I knew of this world, everything they told us how this world works, how the human body, how death and everything works. I dump all that shit out because it's all a lie, and everything in the Bible is I what's called you just gotta what's called just read the Bible as is, and just oh you mute yourself.
You don't just reject all secular wisdom. You take the step that doesn't line up with the Bible and you reject that because the Word of God is truth and that's our standard. But you don't you know, just because it's worldly, when a carpenter tells you how to build a house, you just think of another way to do it yourself, use some other kind of tools. Like you have to know what is right and wrong based on
Well,
just the
when
brain that God gave us, intuition.
when I say worldly, I think more of like the world concept of what's called human knowledge. They tell us as in like you know the 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 what's called the concept of the human body, the concept of the earth, the concept of the so-called universe. That's what I talk. That's what I'm talking about worldly, like like how they try to tell us how the world works. And you meet yourself in.
But most of the time they are right, in fact. It's just some of the time they are intentionally lying, and that's for their own personal agendas. But, you know, you have to just be able to examine which of it is truth and which of it isn't. If you look at most of it, it doesn't conflict with reality or logic or anything like that. It's pretty rational and believable, like the globe, for instance. Pretty rational view, and it actually does work, you know, like with
It's
geography and stuff.
well, I mean, like, because if like, Hitler was there was a saying, if you can control the textbooks, you can. What's it called? What is that saying? If I can control, let me see if I can find this. Oh, there it is. This is Adolf Hitler's quote. let me control the textbooks, and I will control the state.
Yeah.
And that's what they've been doing with the school system through government, because the school system is part of the government. And I believe that there is this giant global world deceit throughout the whole entire
Yeah.
world.
Me
And
too, but it doesn't involve the globe. There's a
it
global defeat, but it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth being a globe.
well, I mean, that's why what's called, like, they try to make a graven image of the heavens above and the earth below. And that's what I believe that what's called the globe earth is them defiling what God created by giving a different image in people's heads of how the earth is.
Well, even in the image of the flat Earth, it's a dome. The firmament is a dome, so that is the shape of the Earth. It's a circle. It's what the Bible says specifically. It's a circle. So it's like, and it's a dome above us. So why can't? It's not irrational to believe that one side of the Earth looks like the other if you have an entire dome above you that is a sphere. So it's like maybe everything's a bubble. You know,
But that wouldn't make sense because a bubble wouldn't look like a tent.
that's what it. Yeah, a, a normal tent. Yeah, it's not like in the shape of a bubble. That's why the Bible says that he stretched it out like a curtain. Not that the heavens are literally a curtain. He's not saying they're literally a curtain. But
Well,
even
yeah.
if he was, that's still what the flat Earth position is that there's a spherical dome above us. It's not rectangular or something like that. It's not like
Yeah.
they put us in a box.
Well, yeah, it's a what's it called, it's a spherical dome, but I mean, like, when you think about, like, if you try to put the firmament on a ball Earth, you would have to have the firmament throughout the whole entire Earth as a like a ball within a ball. You mean yourself again?
Yeah, what's the problem with a ball within a ball?
That doesn't, like, it just doesn't make sense when it comes to, like, when it comes to the ends and the pillars and stretching like a tent. That doesn't really fit when it comes to, like, that doesn't I don't know how that works, how that would
There's,
be.
there is one Bible verse that I'd like to discuss, and it
All
says
right.
that the sun rises and falls.
Yeah.
Now, if it's rising and falling, even from our perspective, it's going up and down, then it has to be moving, over a sphere because it's
Yeah.
going up. It would just simply, the image of the sun or the moon would just kind of get blurry, and eventually disappear out of sight if it was just a flat plane. If it's a curve, it really does go down and then comes up because there's a horizon, a curvature in the horizon.
Well, it's a what's called this. It's the perspective of our eyes. But if you there's actually what's called there's videos of people in the Arctic Circle, and not in the what was it? Uh, if I can find those videos, there's like what's called there's literally videos of what's called the sun. There's like what's called clouds behind the sun, and then there's also that one. There's a video of the moon, and then you can see the clouds surrounding it, illuminating around it, but there's no other light on the other side of the other clouds. But it's like it's only illuminating that one batch of clouds around it, which means that the moon is literally right there. It's not in outer space illuminating the whole entire sky.
You don't think there's another way that the image could be projecting that? Like,
No.
oh, really?
Yeah, because I mean, like,
Because there's explanations out there for it. It's just like that's what it seems like you're unaware, or if somebody presents it to you, you would be like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Even though it does make sense, it's just kind of. You
It's
already
more.
have a foundational answer to the argument itself. So,
Well, I mean, God said that He put them in the firmament, so
hmm
so it just means that what's called it's closer. It's in our what's called it's in our pretty much it's in our environment pretty much. It's not outside in space spinning around us. I mean, yeah, it's not the moon spinning around us and we're spinning around the sun. It's more that we're on this earth and the sun and the moon is circuiting around us.
yeah. But then why can you like I don't know. But the Bible does say that it rises and falls. So you're saying it's rising and falling based off just pure perception.
As in like it looks like it's rising and falling, but it's saying that what's called that the sun is the one that's moving, right?
Yeah,
So that just proves that what's called that the scripture says that we're not the one that's moving around. It's the sun that is moving, going up and down. So
yeah.
that's just more.
That would be to take it literal. But then again, if you were to take it literal, even with a flat Earth sun, that couldn't happen. You couldn't literally move it up and down because it's not moving up and down. It's rotating and getting hotter or cooler to even create the seasons. It's
Well,
like a
yeah,
laser.
it's more like what's called like the way they explain is like the sun and the moon. It circles around us, but depending on the season and time, it gets closer to the center, and then it stretches out whenever like it's during the summer or winter time. But like that's how they explain it. Like it's like it's like a giant. It's like it circles around us, and the circle gets smaller as the season gets to the winter time, and then when it gets more summer, it starts to like spread out more.
Yeah.
That's how they explain that what's called the the seasons. But for me, yeah, that literally makes more sense because when you think about
Okay, but let's just say that it makes more sense. But now you can't take the Bible literally here, which says that it's rising and falling. You can't say that it's physically moving because if it was physically moving, it would be moving according to, the directions the Bible is giving, which is up and down. And it can't be doing that in a flat earth model because it only kind of goes around like this if it
yeah.
were because if it were going up and down, we'd be able to see it get bigger or smaller, which nobody's ever measured. So it has to be just rotating and getting hotter or cooler, kind of like a laser. But then, so there's the problem there is you can't take the passage literally. It's not
Well,
even, you have to take it typologically or symbolically.
it's more like I read it as what's called the aspect of how our eyes sees the sun's when we see the sunrise and the and the sunrise sundown. It's just the way that we see it. That's how I read it.
Well, when you look at an animation, if you will, I know you don't like the animations of the globe, but the animations of the sun rising, from an outside perspective. You look at the earth turning and, it's getting the light, is just expanding more and more and covering more area. And so it's going and everybody that's looking down on the earth, they're on the earth, they're looking at the horizon. The peak of it, starts coming up slowly, and the same thing happens when it sets and you see the same thing from the zoomed out looking at the earth is that there's a progressive shadow when the sun is going down that the earth's rotation creates that obvious image of like a up and down movement. The earth is going up and down. That's why not? It seems logical, seems rational that would be the case in the first place.
Well, for me, it's more like since we can't see it at eye level view from our aspects, it looks like it's going out and out of our vision, but it's what's
Well,
called
no,
that.
it's actually going down
and out. Not just out, like it's disappearing from your vision. It's going down out of
Yeah.
sight or up into sight.
Yeah, down and out, but like it's going far away from our point of view,
Mhm.
and we can't really, since we're not looking at it at eye level. There's a limit to our what's called to our horizon. But what's called like the what's called there. I believe there is no curvature because like they what's called like Iger already. I'm pretty sure Iger already showed you that video of the boat where he takes
Yeah.
that guy takes a camera and they tell you like every was it like 8 miles? Is it 8 miles? There's a curvature. They tell you that.
Yeah, they don't understand, other factors. They just remember their one talking point, and if that's not enough for us, they just kind of wave their hand and say, "Well, I've already dismissed you, and the explanation that you're giving doesn't make sense. It's based off of some fictional model or, abstract calculation." So
All right.
there is a good explanation for that, though. I don't think that they're going to commit themselves to investigate it.
Well, I mean,
the-
like, oh, go ahead.
what they call that experiment where they took it's like the Bedford experiment, level experiment, where they took the ship, put a pole on it. The guy who really made flat Earth popular, he put a pole on it and then sent it out to sea, and then he was able to see it. Like it just kept going and kept going, and he was able to see it the whole way. And eventually, yeah, it did go out of sight, but it didn't go like over a curve like the sun does, for instance. So. But then, like, another guy came back after that, many years later, and did the same experiment and accounted for infraction, like mirages or refractions coming off the water and projecting the image of the ship or whatever. So it's like you got the telescope, and then you got the pole that's on the ship as it sails away, and then you have another pole in the middle of that so that you can perceive any kind of obstructions in between the pole on the ship and the telescope. You can. So that and simply making the pole on the ship higher will account for any kind of mirage or refraction, whatever you want to call it. Now, that is evidence of curvature, is it not? Or do you still think that, because one of the arguments, is that you see a ship go over the horizon, right? And then you zoom in on it with binoculars and it comes back into vision. And then you take a telescope and you zoom on it and it comes back into vision. So it's not going over like a horizon. That's
I mean, like when you're like, there's like this photo of like there's of a street light going down the street. I'm going down the road, and then it just gets the what's called, and the street lights get smaller, smaller, smaller. But they're not really small; they're the same size. But it's an aspect of our eyes. Yeah. And and then it's the fact that they zoomed in and they can still see the whole boat and stuff like that. I mean, for me, that just means that it's not really going.
Yeah, but eventually, though, what they don't really explain after they get done with they rehearse the speech and the argument that they have, which is that you zoom in on it and you keep zooming in and it stays the same. Eventually, it doesn't stay the same, though. Eventually, that thing does go out of sight. And when it does, it always goes down. So we're back to square one on the perception deal. It's like,
Well, I mean,
you
wouldn't that
can
mean
actually measure, for instance, you won't see any curvature even if you're like 30,000 feet up in the air. Okay, not going to see anything. You can, that doesn't mean that you still can't detect it on ground level, because it's like at a microscopic level relatively compared to the whole Earth. You're just measuring 3 or 4 feet over this huge distance, so you're not perceiving that with the naked eye. You're having to get a telescope out and look at that stuff, like in that one experiment I was just talking about. So yeah, you can detect curvature on ground level, but it's not going to be perceptible without a telescope, and you're not going to be able to perceive the curvature
of the entire Earth, you know, from getting at a certain vantage point. You'd have to go outside of Earth's orbit to see any of the curvature.
Okay, so okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, so when you when you think about the globe Earth, right? And you have the sun on one side, and then they tell you that the moon is on the other side, right?
They
What what's called like when you think about like the globe ball, right? And then they tell you that what's called that the sun is shining on the earth on one side while the moon's on the other side, right?
the moon on the other side.
Yeah, because you say because like they say that what's called like this what's called the sun shines a light on the earth on one side of the earth while the other side is has darkness and what's called the moon's on the other side.
Sometimes the moon is on the same side, you know, because the fact you can see it in the daytime, it's
Exactly.
obviously not the.
So how like why would that make sense? You be able to see the moon and the sun at the same time while it's the middle of the daytime.
Well, because the moon is still going to reflect the light of the sun, and so that's a pretty simple solution, I would think. You know, it still has the ability to shine, even though it's going to be like obscured. Uh, it's still we're going to still be able to make out the shape of the moon and stuff. It's pretty visible at certain times in the day. Uh, I, it Where is the problem with a globe though? At that point, just because
Uh,
we can see it during the day.
well, I'm just saying like what's called like the way they tell us like how so they're telling you that it's reflecting off the sun, so
Yeah,
the moon doesn't have its own light.
yeah, it's reflective dust basically.
But the Bible says that the moon is the lesser light, so it has to be a light too.
You don't have to take it literal like that and say that it's its own source just because it's a lesser light. It just means it gives off less light than the sun does. The sun's the primary source of light. Moon's a lesser light. You know, it's like it rules over the darkness. It's like secondary light. And that makes sense if it's reflective. It's not even its own source, just reflecting what the sun does. That's why it's a lesser light. Kind of like the man and the woman. You know, she is reflection of the man. She's supposed to be the helper. Like, not trying to say anything against women. I just believe in roles, and we don't want to get into that. I'm just saying that the husband and wife is pretty symbolic, like in the Bible, a typology, if you will, of the sun and the moon. So I don't know why the moon would have to have its its own light. You know, it's not like Eve was made of her own genetics. She was made from the rib of Adam.
Well, I don't see how comparing this. Well, I don't know. Where do you get that reference of comparing the sun, and the moon to a wife and a husband?
Honestly, I don't know. I just see it there myself. So there
Yeah,
probably is a sermon in there somewhere. And yeah,
I don't know, because like when I read scripture, just God calls both them what's called the greater light and the lesser light. So I don't see how the what's called the moon reflects off the sun, but yeah, I just it's just the way they tell us how the world, like they tell us like how thunder, like light, like what's called like you ever seen those thunder sprites?
hmm.
What's called here? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Because what's called like how they tell you. Yeah, you mind leaving it open? What's called they tell you like these clouds they make the lightning. That's what they tell you, right?
Yeah,
What's called like, but actually the lightning comes from the heavens above, because there's actually what's called there's actually a documentary of them capturing lightning sprites, and you can see like there's this curved part where it's coming out from the firmament down from above the clouds. And let me see if I can find it. Lightning sprites.
That just goes against basic observation, though. Anybody that could like film or even witness a lightning strike, it's not coming from very high up in the air.
Well, I mean,
Pretty
like
high level.
but these people actually had took a they were actually recording a thunderstorm, and they were flying up there, and they can see they can see above the clouds, and you can see these these lightning strikes come from above the clouds and shooting downwards. Yeah. And let me see if I can send this. Yeah, it's the link I sent you on Instagram. I don't have it. I can't pull up Instagram on my laptop. It won't let me log in. Do you mind opening that link and screen sharing?
I can't,
Oh, you're on
because
your
I'm
phone?
having problems with the audio on the laptop, so I'm on a phone now.
Oh shit. Let me see if I can send this to my. Okay, let me see if I can YouTube it real quick. Let's see. Well, how do you screen share? I never done this before.
Just if you're like on a computer, there's an option to share the screen already, like at the bottom of the screen, with the mic and the cam and the guests. Once you click that, you can share the whole window or your entire screen. Either one.
All right. All right. It's working.
All SDA heretics welcome to the channel. That's great. I love it. Even though I don't agree with it, that's fine. We love each other anyways, even if we believe crazy things. I believe crazy things, I'm sure. At least from the perspective of others. It's fine.
Is it working?
What?
Share?
Let me see it. Oh, yeah. Let me add it. There we go.
All right. Let me mute the ad for a second. All right, my love. Good night.
On rare nights with clear visibility over powerful distant thunderstorms,
Right.
you might be able to see and capture red sprites.
Whoa! I saw that one too.
I saw that one.
You saw that red one?
Yes.
Sprites are large-scale electrical discharges occurring high above thunderstorms in the upper atmosphere.
Bam, there's a sprite. Bam, bam, bam. They come in clusters.
They are massive events, sometimes 50 kilometers tall by 50 kilometers wide. They belong to a mysterious and colorful group of phenomena called transient luminous events, or TLEs. Other TLEs include halos, elves, secondary jets, blue starters, blue jets, and the magnificent gigantic jets. But what exactly are these transient luminous events, and how do they form?
Yes.
Well, we don't have to watch the whole thing, but that's just ones I want to show you.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, I'm
I don't know
just.
what it is.
Well, I mean, like I'm just saying, like in general, like not everything they tell, not well, actually, everything they tell us about how this world works doesn't. I don't believe it because there's just things.
Yeah, that's too much, man. You're just like lumping all of it in there.
Well, I mean, like the whole point of government is to brainwash us, and they're doing a good job in schools and stuff like that. Because I mean,
I'm trying to get my slides up here. I don't know. I'm not gonna show them because the audio is bad on the laptop. But
well, I mean, what's
I
called?
don't
Can't
know.
you?
Are we past the Bible verses, or do you got another one you want to bring up? Or we can go back to another one we've already discussed. Doesn't matter.
I guess we're done with the Bible verses. You. And then if you want, do you want to go to open random topics?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna try to get this on. I don't know. I'm gonna have to give it a minute. If you were on a flat plane and you were to get out a really good telescope, as long as there were no obstructions in your way, you should be able to see uh, just as far ahead of you as you would if you was like on a mountaintop or in a hot air balloon, from that exact location. You look with the telescope and you should be able to see just as much as you would be able to if you were to be in that exact location with a hot air balloon, immediately go 500 or 600 feet up in the air, and then view the same distance. Should be able to see the same area, because eventually, the distance where it becomes impossible for your eyes to perceive it goes out of perception. It's going to be the same distance regardless of elevation.
Wouldn't that depend on how powerful your what's called your equipment is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a limit. There's a limitations to our eyes, and there's also limitations to the equipment we have.
No, I know that. So yeah, there's going to be a limit on how far you can see. I'm just saying it's going to be the same distance out. But we know that we can actually see further out when you get, at a higher elevation. There, the how do you say? I don't even know how to put this in words, honestly. The more of what you're seeing in the telescope, like you can see farther ahead, more obstacles, when you get higher. So whereas and that if the Earth is a globe, then you should be able to see more if there was like a curvature obstructing up ahead, then you should be able to get higher to where you can see a little farther over that curvature. You can do this with a telescope, whereas if the Earth were flat, you shouldn't have to get up that high in order to see obstacles that far. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, wouldn't that depending on what's called where if because we have like hills and lower plains, so wouldn't that depend on?
Yeah, I'm just assuming that it's just totally flat.
Well, I
There's
mean,
no reason.
it's not when we say flat Earth, we don't mean like everything's completely like like because we have hills and mountains and stuff like that. So
Yeah, but there are places on the world where you can go where there's like a very still bodies of water,
yeah,
or like salt plains that go for many miles, no obstructions.
yeah.
You can see more of the salt plain, for instance, by simply increasing your elevation, getting higher. More of it becomes available. You get ground level, you can't see as far.
Yeah, the
If
more
the
higher.
Earth is flat, it shouldn't make a difference.
if it was flat, it shouldn't.
Yeah, because everything's just flat in front of you. There's no curvature, so where it's like you don't need to get higher so you can see over a curvature. Because if it's not there, you can just be at ground level and see just as far as you would be if you were 500 feet in the air.
Well, I mean, you get a better view when you're up higher, but it would just depend on. Honestly, like you would have to get to a higher plane to see to get a better view, technically, on a flat Earth, because there's a limitation to what's called what we can see on our what's called on the ground level.
I don't know. I don't think those limitations are there.
Oh.
If if you have a telescope involved, it's pretty easy.
Well, yeah,
But
but like we said, that there is limitations to the telescope, though. Like if we had a stronger telescope, it's a stronger one than the one that you would use, and yeah, you would be able to see farther out. But yeah, it's we're limited with the technology. But yeah. Uh, well,
I have other points to go over. I'm
all right.
not getting this. There's probably a reason why the audio is bad on the laptop because it's being really super slow. I'm gonna think of another one that I have. You ever heard of the Foucault pendulum?
Uh, is
Proves the
that
Earth's rotation beyond any reasonable doubt.
you mean that one thing where they're like they let go of it and it's all knocking over those little things? It's making
Yeah.
it what's called that wouldn't that depend on what's called like the person who's like flinging that.
No, if you can, we know based on the another pendulum experiment you can do with like a cannon, like not a cannonball, but a wrecking ball. If you just release it, it's going to go straight and then come straight back at the same speed to reach the same distance. So it's like if you trust gravity, or whatever, that's like the experiment to where it'll get right up here to your nose if you let it go at that exact location. So that's what's happening with like a pendulum is it is just going to go in one direction no matter what. And unless there's some other force that's causing it to slowly turn as it swings back and forth. So what's it? The question is what's causing this pendulum to, rotate basically at the exact same speed, a 24-hour period of time, and it's gone in a complete circle. It seems like that coincides with a rotating Earth. Spins once a day.
Well, honestly, I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like it's just I don't know. I don't know about that one. I
All
just
right.
feel like
Well, what about lunar eclipses? You see the shadow of the Earth projected on the moon by the sun because the Earth's in the way of the moon, and it's in a arc shape. There's a curvature to the shadow.
there's a curvature to the shadow.
Yeah, during a lunar eclipse.
You mean whenever like it's like that shadow is cast on the earth, and then like what's called part of the earth is like what's called blacked out.
Well, no, it's like the Earth or the sun is trying to shine on the moon, but then the Earth is in the way. So it's like the Earth, because of the rotations, it sometimes ends up obstructing the moon from the sunlight, which is what causes that dark red glow. When that happens, as you see the moon begin to lose its natural light and turn red, like a shadow begins to cast over a lunar eclipse. This is the Earth's shadow projected on the moon, and it has a curved shape.
Can you show me that?
I would love to, but the computer.
Oh, well, let me. I mean, it's like a Google image of like a lunar eclipse.
Yeah,
Like
you
that.
can Google that one; it'll come right up. The lunar eclipse. You just Google that and then look at all of the shadows of the moon during one of those.
Let's see.
I don't know what's going on with this computer. Don't know. I don't know.
Let me see. 2022 lunar eclipse. Are you talking about right before? Oh, it's called. Is it this one? Let me see.
I don't know. You're not sharing your screen or
Yeah.
anything. So.
Hold on. There we go. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. So that's I don't know what's so bright there for. I guess that's not really. I guess the red is the Earth shadow technically. So
I don't think. I think that the what's called the red is the moon. The moon itself.
yeah, but the shadow, the distinguishment between what's really bright and what's not, that's the Earth creating that shadow. So yeah, it's the same in the other images, which doesn't have the red effect. It's like when it first starts, there's just like a shadow that begins to appear, and it's the same as what's right there. It's an obvious curve in the shadow. Oh man, there we go. I got up on here. Woo! Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna. Well, I could, but I have to turn the camera.
All right.
It's not necessary. I don't know. I'm just gonna get back into the stream on the laptop, and then that'll solve that.
All right.
So yeah, you got the lunar eclipse where it's like the Earth's shadow is curved on the moon, and then you have that Foucault pendulum which rotates. You also have the ham radio that you could build to send radio waves to the moon from your backyard if you had the money to buy one. And then as the moon progresses from one end of the horizon to the other, kind of like the sun, okay, kind of goes up and down. You just measure the distance from the Earth to the moon as it takes its course, and you will see that it's the same distance the whole way. So no matter where it's at, no matter where you are, it's going to be the same distance. If it were on a flat plane and it wasn't going over a curve like an arc, if it wasn't moving over an arc in a perfect orbit like that, then it wouldn't be at the same distance. If it's moving over a flat plane, obviously, depending on your location, it's going to be farther away or closer. So what about the ham radio? What about the fact you can measure the distance between the Earth and the moon and it's the same regardless of where you are or where the moon is in the sky?
What do you mean by that? Like the ham radio and the moon?
The ham radio is able to, if that's what it's called, ham. I might be maybe Han, I don't know, but it starts with the H, and you're supposed to be able to bounce radio waves off of the moon, and that will give you a distance from the Earth to the moon. Now, if that distance remains the same as the Earth goes from one end to the other, rises and falls like the sun, then if if it's the same distance the whole way it's moving, it shouldn't be the same distance. Not if it's on a flat plane and it's physically going from left to right, you know. But if it's just moving over one surface in a circular pattern, it can remain at the same distance the entire time. If that distance doesn't change as the sun or as the moon moves, then it must be moving in an arc pattern. Must be in an orbit.
So the distance of the moon doesn't change, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So if the moon is circling around us on a flat Earth, what
Wouldn't
did
the
that
distance change?
depending on what's called? Did he do this on a certain time, or like did he do it on a like?
Yeah, you could do it at any time because it's a piece of equipment. It's pretty expensive, but you could buy it and just perform this experiment at any time.
Well, let's see if it doesn't change and it circles around. Let's see if it's
Now I gotta plug this phone in the charger. I'll be right back.
all right. It doesn't change. It's not the moon. So the height of the moon is what is measuring, is it? Wait, is it measuring the? So is it measuring the height, or so is it measuring the distance of it?
Yeah, the distance.
The distance.
And I'm out of coffee. I gotta get more.
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna share a screen real quick though.
All right. I'll be right back.
All right. Now you see this? You there, Peter?
My bad, I had to mute. Oh yeah, I see it.
All right. This lunar eclipse I was talking about. So it's a curve, even the one that you showed, that was even more clear. But then I already mentioned the pendulum, and then we was just talking about the radio. So I mean, and these are just logical and rational ways to kind of observe. There's like a curvature that the Earth is a ball. It's a globe. You can imagine an ant walking along the surface of an orange into the field of view. If you look at the orange head on, you'll see the ant's body slowly rising up from the horizon because of the curvature of the orange. If you do that experiment with the ant approaching along a long road rather than a round object, the effect would change. The ant would slowly materialize into view depending on how sharp your vision is. So it's like it's so far away you can't see it, and eventually it begins to just kind of appear in your view. Whereas what happens in reality when you look at like a sunrise, it's very clear in your view the entire way. It's coming up though. That's kind of what you expect. What do you think, Peter?
I didn't quite understand that. Sorry.
Well, it's the same thing. Like if you imagine that the ant, which is walking over the orange, is kind of like the sun. Well, you're looking at the opposite side of the orange. The ant's going to crawl up from the other side into your view. It's kind of like what the sun does. But you see the ant rising up. You see its head first, and you see it instead of the ant materializing into view, like if it was on a long road really far away. Instead, it's kind of at a relatively short distance coming up from the horizon because it's coming, so we're not seeing an ant come down some long road. We're seeing it come up over an orange. That's what we're seeing the sun do. It's coming up. It's not slowly materializing into our view in the middle of the sky. It's just, or even at the edge on the horizon. That's not what's happening. It's perfectly visible as it rises. It's very clear. Seems like it's going up, like a curvature.
Well, I mean, have you ever seen that what's called those videos in the Arctics? I'll wait to get back.
What videos on the Arctic?
Oh, what's called there's a video in the Arctics where this guy he's in the Arctic, and he's recording the what's called the sun going around him, and you can constantly see the sun spinning or revolving around him. I mean, wouldn't the sun have to be like out of view or like far, like not be able to be seen at least for a little bit? Let me see if I can find that video.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that one. I'm not sure how to respond. If you want to show the video before we move on, though, we can do that.
Yeah. Here it is. I found it. Okay. Yeah. Arctic night. Okay. All right, you good?
Yep.
All right.
Trying to add this thing and it's going slow again. There we go.
Yeah, this is a 24-hour lapse of the sun.
is this proof of a rotation, though?
How?
Because it's tilted. It's tilted on the axis. So up in the cold areas, you're gonna have things like that. That's why you get some areas where they go like several weeks or even months without the sun even coming up at all. Because they're yeah. But you have to get into the Earth being tilted. It's in a certain orbit, so it's like the North Pole at half the year is closer than it is at the other half of the year, whereas it's like the South Pole is closer during that other half. So if you're in just the right spot during this process, that stuff like that is going to happen, where certain areas won't even be exposed to sunlight just because it's tilted, and then the sunlight has to reach it, but it can't because of the tilt, basically. If you're assuming that it's tilted on its axis, that can explain that, which does explain it the best way. If it's moving around, like a spotlight, it's curious because when it's dark, when it's completely dark, you should still be able to see the sun. It shouldn't have, progressively gone out of your sight, out of your perception as it gets dark. Like you would see it get completely dark before the sun went completely out of your sight if it was just moving around like that.
Huh.
Which I have a slide for, but let me go to some of the stuff here. So it's like if you're in a movie theater or you're in like a Broadway show or something, you have the spotlight on the stage, but everybody on the outside of the stage is in complete darkness. So it's kind of what you'd expect to happen if the sun were light in itself. Visibility of a spotlight in a darkened theater would happen the same way, but it doesn't. By the time that the sun completely goes down from the horizon, it's totally dark where you are. You'd think it would progressively, it'd already be dark before you stop seeing the sun go away. What do you think?
That would be dark before the sun goes away. So, visibility of spotlight in darkened theater. There's sunlight. So, okay. So what exactly are you trying to say? Because I'm sorry, I don't quite understand.
Well, if you imagine yourself in a theater and the spotlight first, it's on the audience, right?
Right.
And then it progressively starts going towards the stage.
Yeah.
Well, everybody that's in the audience, just because the light has moved away from them and now it's dark where they're sitting, they can still see the spotlight. So if the sun is going out of it's going out from above us as a spotlight, then we should still see it, even though it gets dark. We should still be able to see the sun until it completely goes out of our line of perception. It shouldn't just, it shouldn't just get dark and then we can't see the sun anymore at all. It should have time to actually get farther enough away to where we can't see it, instead of this is like if again we were in a theater and the spotlight was on the audience, and then when it went to the stage, that you just couldn't even see the spotlight anymore. It's like, that really doesn't make any sense. Everybody that's sitting in the audience should still be able to see the spotlight, even if it's dark where they are. Just assuming that it's moving from above them.
So, are you trying to say that if we did live in a flat Earth, we should be able to see the sun, like the spot?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should be able to see it even if it's dark.
Well, I mean, like if you think about how big the Earth is and how small we are, and our and we're only on this one little dot in this one little part of the land, in this vast amount of land. I mean, we shouldn't even on a flat Earth, if the sun is on the other side of the Earth, we yeah, I mean, like, we shouldn't be able to see it because, like,
Maybe.
I mean, like, for me, that it still makes sense, like how we have darkness, and the reason why we can't see the sun is because the sun is circuiting on the other side. I mean, that's just how I see it.
What about this one? Two sticks. They're the same size. They're directly across from one another, but different distances. Why does that produce longer shadow lengths? If it's just on a plane, it doesn't matter, how far away they are from each other. The length of the shadow should not increase.
From the same sunlight. All right.
Yes, same sunlight's at the spotlight, is shining over both of them. It's like, and
Well,
it's in the same area. It's like if the sun is fixed in this one location, it's slowly moving, of course. In the earth, if assuming the earth is flat, you have the sun as a spotlight. It's basically slowly moving. So if it's in one area and it's shining on these two sticks, but the two sticks are what's producing the longer shadow length is kind of my question there.
I think it's more like about it's showing, like, it's like how would you say, like, triangulation? It's like that word where they triangulate the
Yeah.
pinpoint of the light. I
Mhm.
mean, like, I think that just shows that like it's pointing directly at where the light source is at. I mean, but yeah, it's from the same sun. It's from the same sun, from the same time. It's different angles because it's from one luminary ball of light shining down, and the rays of light are not vertical, because when you look at the sunlight, it's it's not, I mean, not vertical, it's not straight. Sunlight is not straight horizontal. It's it's angled when you see sunlight.
Yeah. But we're
And that
talking about two sticks that are completely parallel.
Yeah.
So they are in different locations, but they're straight across from one another.
Yeah.
The shadow should be the same length because the sun is not shining at the stick. The two sticks, it's not shining on them from two different angles. It's just one angle on both of the sticks. The sticks are just separated by distance. Nothing should be causing an increase of the shadow length.
Well, I mean, like, they're both angled at the same. They're both angled at the same. They're both angled at the same degree from the looks of it, and that literally just it just for me that makes more sense that it's all pointing at the same sun. So, I mean, this.
We already talked about this one. You can see more of the Earth's surface just by increasing your elevation using a telescope. You shouldn't have to get any higher if the Earth is flat in order to see more of the Earth's surface.
Well, we have what's called unleveled roads. We have what's called hills and all this stuff. So
Yeah, but we're assuming no obstructions whatsoever.
no obstruction whatsoever. All right. So if you're gonna do that, there's still a limitation to the equipment you can, like. It just depends on the limitations on your equipment, though.
Maybe.
Yeah, because, like, just like whenever they're doing that boat experiment with seeing them through the seeing what's called seeing that boat past the so-called horizon. That what's called, if you got a more powerful camera, you can actually see it. But but what's called, like, it depends on your limitations on your equipment, though. But I mean, we can't. I mean, that's the only thing I can say about that.
Do you think this is fake?
Yep. Because that's a whole lot of clouds and water with no land. But yeah, because like a lot of these
That's what most of the Earth is.
well, I mean, like, have you, like, when you actually look up the photos of Earth that they took from NASA throughout the years, they're all different colors, different shades, different sizes of the countries, different, like, literally everything's different. Like, they're literally like doing the shit on what's it called, Photoshop. And did you see that one video of the astronaut trying to close the hatch of the door hatch? And when he's trying to do it, like, it's like flapping around the door.
Yeah. NASA bloopers are not evidence, though, that this is fake.
But they're telling you it's real, though.
Okay.
See, that's the thing. Like, they're trying to pull the wool over your eye, as I hear say it. Because, you know, like, if they're like, why would they be bloopers if these are supposed to be legit 100% real? But there's things they're screwing up, the CGI is not working, people are vanishing from the screens, what's called objects are what's called being materialized on screen. It's like they're doing all these Hollywood tricks to deceive us, because it's like because, you know, there is a
Yeah, sometimes they do for more desired effect and for like teaching purposes, but that doesn't mean that, you know, you see a blooper on something that's obviously staged, that they intended to be staged. You know, they maybe necessarily didn't want people to find out it was staged because they want to give it, you know, they want to make it convincing to simulate what actually happens in space. The point is, that doesn't compromise the general, you know, legitimacy of these photographs like this, you know, that are just the astronaut is taking a picture in space and then putting it on her Instagram. That's all this is. Now, unless she's a complete liar and a fraud, it looks like the Earth is round. I mean, it's like some kind of a Jesuit priest from your perspective, the way I see it.
it's
Some kind of like
more
conspiracy theorist.
it's more like what's called, they're like, you know, Iger already showed you that what's called, like, NASA has ties with the Freemasons and all that stuff, and then they also had ties with what's called Walt Disney for some weird reason, and the fact that also that like the things that that what's called, they have to like they literally have to like show us so-called proof of space to make it to what's called to rationalize what they say to us is not a lie. But when they try to show you proof of space, and there's things like where a man drowns in space, and that doesn't really make sense when you think about the concept of space, and then the fact that they require astronauts to be equipped with snorkels, that doesn't make any sense. So
No, not snorkel. It's not a snorkel. It's not a snorkel. That's complete like straw man, because
you-
that's a water bag that they have to get drinks. You know, it's like it's a tube. It's not a snorkel. Is something you use like you can breathe out of. They're not using it to breathe. They're using it to get water. So if things aren't set up correctly, that little water tube that you have inside that helmet, if it just leaks, that was the whole problem with the situation. That's what they couldn't figure out about how he ended up like that. Is what you know, it seems like a pretty easy fix, and they never had the problem before. So why is it happening now? Now they even have new devices that they're going to set up for astronauts to get a drink now. Like it's a thing that they've reconstructed the entire device, so it's like totally different than what it was before, based off of that incident, which the flat earthers are using to try to say that this was happening, in a submerged environment. They were underwater, and that's why he drowned. And they're saying that they couldn't figure it out because it's a big conspiracy. There's no other way to say it but for them to just come out and say, well, we don't even know why it's happening. That's kind of what they're saying to cover up the idea that they're underwater.
I mean,
I don't know, man.
Did you see the article where they literally was holding a snorkel and saying that this is what they're trying to equip the astronauts with? Did you see that article?
I just responded to that though. It's not a snorkel. Did you see like a curve or like the shape of the thing? Was it an extension? Because it just looks like a tube. And it didn't even show what's attached to. You have a snorkel, you got like a little mouthpiece where you can breathe into it and an open hole at the end of it. And it has to be a solid structure so that you don't have to bend it up in order to get air. It's supposed to come above the surface of the water. So it's like a natural hard plastic piece or something that naturally stations itself in an erect position so that it stays above water. What you were seeing on that video is not a snorkel. Obviously, it's just a tube, and they use that tube to get drinks of water.
Well, it says NASA. Well, it doesn't really say drinking water because it says right here that NASA, in preparations for a spacewalk on Saturday, has devised makeshift snorkels that will allow an astronaut in a spacesuit to continue breathing. So it's about breathing, even if a sudden water leak would fill the helmet.
Okay, yeah. So there's a solution to their problem of the leaking water bag. Is to put a snorkel in there, and yeah, that could solve the problem. That still doesn't prove that every time they go to space, they're actually just in this place which is underwater. They're like in a pool somewhere. That's not what that means, because the whole problem of why the helmet filled up with water is because of a specific device they were using. And they specifically addressed that device and changed it to accommodate the astronauts now, since that happened. So why are you saying it's evidence that they're in a pool of water when we already know it's just evidence of a water bag leaking?
Did they say it was a water bag though?
Yeah, you read the articles for yourself. That's a lot of. I think it's like you get attracted to this idea that, yeah, you found evidence for the flat earth, and then you kind of just don't move beyond that because it's enjoyable to laugh at and tell people about all the time. And why, though? Were you not aware that that's actually what they were saying it was? Or did you think they were, we have no idea why water would even be entering into the helmet?
Well, they said
that's not what they were saying. They specifically address the issue and tell you why there was water in the helmet.
Well,
it's not hard to just read the article.
Well, the guy the original guy, the astronaut who was complaining about it, was saying that his helmet was leaking.
Yeah.
So, let me see.
Jamie, you and Iger can join if you want to, just not right now. We're not done just yet with the debate. We'll go into a post discussion where anybody that wants to can join. But I appreciate you guys being here. Jamie, even though you're a Seventh-day Adventist, I love you. And then Iger, even though you believe in the flat earth, love you and Peter both. But y'all are wild on that stuff. I'm not comfortable researching this topic anymore. It gives me a headache and makes me like research stuff that I really don't want to, focus on. I don't even want to take my time to look down to like look into it, which I have over the past week. I've been hitting a lot of documentaries and debates on this topic, and I'm just I'm not at a point where I can feel comfortable accepting a flat Earth. Not yet. I agree you're trying to join, but yeah, can't happen yet. We got to finish this debate, and then you can join, unless you want to moderate. In which case, you can put that in the chat if that's what you want to do, and then we can. I don't know. There's no point in moderating at this point. We're already almost 2 hours in. Add other stuff though, Peter. Let me show you just a couple more things.
All right.
So yeah, you don't accept testimony or photography of anything that comes from NASA or its employees. Is that clear?
Yeah, because
Is
I
that
don't
what you
believe.
look-
I believe NASA is just propagating lies.
Right. Fake, right? Fake.
Fake.
That really
Fake.
isn't from Mars. Fake.
Nope.
This is
Fake.
also not from Mars.
Fake.
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 This is the best evidence that we have, though. So let's not ask for photographs if you want proof that the Earth is a globe. Let's not do that because you've already admitted that you're going to reject every single one of them out of hand.
No, these aren't photos. These are images.
No, they are photographs. Just one snap. It's not photoshopped. None of these are photoshopped. This one came from Instagram. It's a single snap picture she took from her phone and sent it. Okay, this right here is another one of those where he set up the camera, took his little space or whatever they call it, jetpack, out farther beyond the spacecraft than anybody has actually gone, and was able to snap that picture of himself, kind of like a selfie on a timer. It's one photograph. The same with this one from a rover that is on, either the moon or Mars, can't remember, but took this photograph right here. This right here this definitely is from a Mars rover. Took a picture of the Earth and the moon over there, and both of them are obviously a sphere. But
yeah,
these are supposed to be fake.
because they are.
Now, I am showing you a photograph though, a photograph, singular photograph, no Photoshop. But so you just have to say that the photo itself is not legitimate, and there's not really a lot of grounds to stand on at that point, because that massive conspiracy that anybody would be happy to cover up, if it was that obvious, and these people are just like all lying and nobody's actually going to space. I don't see that. And really what I don't understand is what I want you to help me explain, I guess, at this point, before I move on to the last slide, is what is the motive for a flat Earth? Like, why are all these countries coming together? They're like, we're not going to explore Antarctica. No way. Nobody's going there. Every single country is like agreed upon it. And it's like, why? What is the motive? If the reason is because they don't want people to find evidence that there's like an ice wall surrounding the Earth, why are they trying to cover it up so hard? What is their deal?
Because there's there's a dark group of people who are straight up Satanists, who want to pretty much deceive people, to make people to not believe in a God, to not believe that someone put us here.
That doesn't work though, because most of the world is religious and they believe in God, so they fail.
Yeah, but we have all these atheists who believe in that we just came out of here at a coincidence.
Yeah, but that's a very small part of the population, atheists.
Well, yeah, but there's still atheists who believe like that.
The general population is sending satellites up into space and stuff. So why? It's like they all have to collectively be like working for NASA and covering up the same thing, if what you're saying is true. But the motive isn't. It can't be because they don't want people to feel like they're significant. The motive can't be that we want to make the Earth appear really small and the universe distant, so that people conclude that there isn't a God or we're insignificant or whatever. Because most of the world is religious, if they was starting out this cover up, thinking that it's going to remove God from the equation, well, eventually they would have realized they failed, and the motive is just no longer there for everybody to continue to hide the same thing when they already believe in God themselves. Why would they cover up some
Well,
conspiracy that makes it appear that there is no God?
well, if because right now because I believe that they're purposely hiding the firmament, which is the heavens above. Because the thing is, like, if when people realize that there is something there, that there is a firmament, and there is no outside, and there's a limitation to our open space. What's called That proves that there is that this is it, and and someone put us here. But if they hide the firmament, then people's imaginations are just all over the place. That's why we have people thinking that we come from mushrooms, that we came from rocks and all that stuff. Instead
Yeah,
of
there's definitely an agenda to like keep God out of school and to make people atheists. Yeah, I definitely think there is a agenda. There's massive, even worldwide propaganda of like evolution theory, common ancestry. But that's what they're using to try to convince people that there's no God. They're not using a globe to try to prove that. They're using an entire, elaborate theory that's supposed to be based off of science, even though it isn't science, just masquerading as science. It's still, that's more something that you want to try to use to convince people that there is no God. You don't want to just, it's like, oh, well, the earth is really flat. This might be a problem if we're going to try to convince them that there's not a God. I think they would have come up with something else.
it's
That's
more like they're trying to cover up God's creation, where it's proof of God's handiwork. Because because people would, once they realize that the firmament is there, then it's just like it's a sudden realization that someone put that there, someone created that, and it's just like it just proves an existence of a God in general, instead of like theories and all these other things. Because a lot of people, they believe in a God, or they don't believe in a God. So I mean, it's just like an easier way to it's just easier proof of the creator and his handiwork. And they want to hide everything of God by trying to make people believe that God doesn't exist and the devil doesn't exist, and that we're just here at a coincidence. But even if people are even though people are religious in this world, there are still going to be a handful of atheists and like people who only believe in science and stuff like that as a religion. But yeah. But what's called? You want to go on your last slide?
Yep. Here's the main things I have a problem with. You think that, it's like gravity is not real, that every astronaut's a liar. Got 90 countries that have put up fake satellites, took pictures of Earth from space independently of NASA, over 90 of them. And those are not to be trusted because they all can really like work for NASA. Will probably be your point of view. Then the moon doesn't cause the tides. There's the dome and the ice wall, which nobody's ever contacted. I mean, it's not so irrational. You just look at what we believe and the basic observations that we can make to show that the Earth is a globe. And it's like, okay, well, we're the crazy ones and we're the ones that believe in a conspiracy, but you believe all of this crazy shit. I don't understand why you think that you're so right. Why is it that you have this position which is like, oh, it's based on knowledge. If you really open your mind and look at it all, the globe doesn't make any sense. You talk about the globe like it's some ridiculous idea, when if you actually look at what you believe, the things that you believe, they are bizarre, they are strange, and anybody can see that. That's why most people that believe in flat Earth often get ridiculed because what they believe is stupid. It's
Well, I
dumb.
mean,
Why
like,
do you believe this, Peter?
it's because what's called they think we're dumb is because the majority of this world has been taught through the school system, and they've lived that as their the basic knowledge of this world. And a lot of people, when they hear something that goes against their what's called their basic concept, they tend to reject it to the point where they just start hating the other person. So it's just more like, it's just we've been brainwashed since we're little children, and that's just how it is. Because they want us to be like, good little sheeps, do what we say, do what we're told, and repeat it, what's called rinse and repeat everything, thinking that they know everything, thinks that science is the be all, know all of all things, but it's not.
Well, I trust an organization that seems to cover up a lot of stuff, but has like a lot of experience, aerodynamics, engineering, flight, all that stuff. Like they have an entire team. It's easier to trust them and them saying that the Earth is a globe than to trust the flat earther, which has no space or flight or like any organization like that even set up to where they can say we've tried to go there and we can't. They don't have any proof of the dome or the ice wall, no physical contact, except like some underground research suggests maybe somebody did at some point in time, but it was never like it got unnoticed. But I'm just saying, with the things that you believe on the surface, how crazy they sound, NASA doesn't seem so crazy to me. They sound crazy when they say that we came from a big bang, a dot that exploded from nothing. They don't sound irrational or logical when they talk about a globe, though, or going into space. The things are not, they're not insanely difficult to prove or anything. What's really difficult to prove is a flat Earth. That's why you have to have this library of, talking points that you have to remember. And in order to respond to obvious questions that come up to people that believe the flat Earth, there's several questions that are going to be brought up. You got to remember all of them and be able to say that in order to stay confident in your position. When what is so crazy? What is so bizarre about living a ball? There's nothing strange about it. It definitely works. I mean, you could believe a ball or a flat Earth, and it would be like driving on the other side of the road over in UK where the steering wheel's on the opposite side of the car. Either way is working. Nothing is going to affect the planet, how we work, how we operate. Not even the things that we believe. If it's a conspiracy to remove God, it hasn't worked. Everybody still believes in God.
Well, it's not what's called knowing about the flat Earth, or the ball Earth, if you want to, what's called, that doesn't affect your salvation. It doesn't affect how you live your life. But it's just like, it's just an eye-opening thing that what's called, that just shows that the world does lie to you, and
Yeah,
you
definitely.
don't believe. Bubblegum gun. The firmament just means clouds. No, the firmament, God calls the firmament the heaven. So it's not talking. The firmament is not clouds. The firmament is what divides the water from the waters below and the waters above in Genesis. But not just our clouds, but counts as space as well. I don't believe that, but what was I? Oh, I forgot. My bad. I kind of like lost track. What was I saying? Okay, so what's it called? So you don't believe that there is this what's it called, this world conspiracy to lie to people?
Yeah, I do, but it doesn't revolve around the shape of the Earth. It revolves around more like the age of the Earth. They say it's 3.5 billion years old. That's what I have a problem with. Not that they're teaching it's a globe. That's fine. Why are you saying it's 3.5 billion years old when there's I'll probably start cussing at this point. It's not something I want to do too often on this live stream or any live stream on this channel, but damn, how can you sit there and tell me that with a straight face. You got helium in Precambrian rock miles below the surface under all of these tons of rock that overlay it, squeezing. It's like it's the lightest element. You know it's going to escape the zircon crystal in the granite rock and come to the surface. It's not going to stay in there for 3 billion years. You got to be kidding me. So the point I'm making is, yeah, there's a conspiracy to lie to remove God out of the school system, which he's already been kicked out. There is a conspiracy to justify abortion through teaching common ancestry, where there's like a slime or whatever, and the baby in the womb is just a parasite. Conspiracies exist. They're happening. The government doesn't like us, doesn't care about us. It's lying to us, but it doesn't revolve around, or it's not concerned with the shape of the world. It's not a non-issue to them. You think it's a big issue, like they're making it's like this. That's why I'm saying, like, the kind of seems like your position lacks a motive. If you want to say it's a conspiracy, I don't see why people would cover that up. If it really was flat, why would they cover it up?
It's more like what's called, because thing is, like, if they can since they're hiding the firmament, which is God's handiwork, God's creation, and then what's called, like, since they can hide that from the masses of people, that what's called, and then people will be like, questioning their daily lives, is there a God, or if God exists. It's just an easier just like Iger said, just an easier proof, of God's, just an easy, just a, like, the firm is there, and God put it there. It's just, this is very simple.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why you enjoy the flat Earth. I know that you do enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. I'm not sure why. I don't want to believe in a flat Earth. Like, there's nothing that makes me. I just, for some reason, it actually like irritates me that there's even people out there trying to present evidence for a flat Earth. I don't know why it irritates me, but it's like aggravates me to the core, because damn, it's just such an issue. Why would there be all this evidence for it?
It's just more like pointing out the government lies. Just like how what's called, people are pointing out conspiracies about the the jab, or the conspiracy about Corona, or the conspiracy with 9/11. It's just like, just people like, showing, the lies that the government tells you. It's just in that.
Yeah, I'm definitely into questioning, and I definitely believe there are conspiracies. There's why we have to memorize a bunch of flat Earth talking points in order to show people that there are conspiracies, though, I think is not wise. It's definitely not necessary. It's not practical. Very difficult, oftentimes, to convince somebody that the Earth is flat. But it's as easy as pointing out the fact that animals only bring forth after their own kind to convince somebody that the God of the Bible created this world. Oftentimes, just simple facts like that will just automatically wake a person up, because they've never even been taught that. They've been lied to their whole life in the public school. It's not just thinking that the Earth is flat. That's not going to move somebody in the direction where they now want to believe in God, even if you could show that. Why would they do that?
For me, it was proof that God existed, and you can, and then it's God's creation. Like, for me, it did help me wake up to the truth, because I heard the gospel, but I never truly believed in Jesus Christ or God. But seeing the proof of the firmament made me realize that God is real, and Jesus is real, and the Bible is real. For me, it woke me up.
Yeah.
To God.
I think, and that's possible. I definitely don't. I'm not questioning your sincerity in that, but it's better ways that are more practical to wake someone up.
Well, I mean, everybody, everyone, what's called, like, finds Christ differently, but it's all through the same gospel, through the death, burial, and resurrection. But
Yeah.
people find proof of God through the creation, through wildlife. It's different for everybody how they find that God does exist.
Yeah, definitely.
Because there was a story of a guy who was in the army, and he was about to go to battle, and then he prayed to God, show me hell to let me know hell exists, and God showed him hell, and that woke him up to the realization of God.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's like people who experience some weird shit. But yeah.
I don't think a closing statement is really necessary at this point. So
Well, I mean, we're gonna let people join in, and
yeah, so at this time, anybody can join in. Iger, I know you was waiting there for a while. You can actually join now. I'll add you to the stream because the debate session is over. We'll probably move on to other topics, but Iger probably has some things on his chest he wants to get out. Since I brought up several points that devastate his theory, in my opinion, we'll see what happens.
I still believe in flat Earth, though.
What's up, Iger?
Hey, what's up, guys? Unfortunately, I was not able to watch, most of the debate till just the last 15 minutes. So I don't know what your points were. So maybe I shouldn't even have joined, bro. That's why I kind of backed out. I thought maybe
No, you're good.
be
No,
a
you're good, man.
Peter Christopher debate, so you guys can have this as a memento.
So
But,
I
I was-
have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
There's so in the debates, I often see when I watch a flat Earth debate, which I've been watching a lot of them. When one of the things I often bring up is since we're not supposed to be able to observe the curvature until we're way above the Earth, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you got to get way up there beyond the Earth's orbit, basically, to see the curvature. Well, then we can get down on a ground level, and we should be able to detect a sailboat or something going over the horizon. So it's can you not perceive the curvature, or can you when you're that low to the ground? But do you see the fallacy in that? Do you not see that there's an explanation as to why you're going to perceive a certain level of curvature on the ground, even though you can't see it until you can't actually look at the Earth and observe a curvature, obviously, unless you're really high up. That doesn't mean that you can't measure a curvature on the ground, though, just because you can't observe it with the naked eye looking at all of it from a certain height. Why is it that? Because it's a problem. I feel like there's a problem that we have, which is yeah, we can zoom in on this sailboat that just keeps getting farther away, and then we keep getting more advanced lenses, and we keep zooming in on it. And so there's a problem that we have, and then we have a solution to that problem, which is, you factor in other things like in the fraction, the mirage thing. You take that into account, and then you repeat the experiment, and we're able to come up with a solution to the problem. Now, you have to address that now. So just like the problem solved, there's no way to detect curvature over a flat plane, water that just stretches. There's no waves, it just keeps going. Why can't we reach a middle ground somewhere? Why does it? Because that seems like the main proof. You get the radius of the Earth, and if you can or cannot detect a curvature, the argument's over one way or the other. What's up with this experiment that's just so focused on the diameter of the Earth? There's a certain measurement that they kept bringing up. I can't remember it.
8 inches per mile squared, which is actually 7.98 inches, because if that's the actual curvature of the Earth, you could, it's a circle or a pear or whatever. So they figured out the curvature of the Earth to be 7.98 inches per mile square. So people will say 8 inches per mile square, and it's accurate to like 150 miles or something like that. But that's only because they're not using the 7.98 inches, because then you could do it pretty easily in your head. But 7.98 inches is accurate for the whole Earth. And you're right, we can see too far, bro. And that's one of the biggest things about why people become flat earthers, because they'll see the things that should be below the horizon. And that's one of the main proofs, because when you start talking about the sky, like the stars, how far they are, and stuff like that, like, nobody really knows.
But you realize that just because you can see it when you zoom in farther, that doesn't take away the fact that there is a curvature beneath it. That if you get down, if you measure it, like that, I can't remember the name of that one experiment they put. Like I was saying, you missed the beginning of the debate, but you can put a pole up, like in the middle of the water, in between the telescope and the pole that's on the top of a ship, for instance, sailing away, and like you can measure how much curvature there is there. So even though you can still see the ship with the telescope, you can also at the same time determine that there is a level of obstruction. There is a curvature there. Even though you're still able to see the ship, that doesn't take away the curvature, the increase, in altitude that you can measure.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. You're talking about the experiment in the British Canal they did, where they put the flagpoles and whatever back in like the 1800s.
Well, yeah, it was based off of a bet which the flat earther actually lost.
Yeah. His name is one of the most famous flat earthers. Actually, his name is Parallax, also known as I can't remember his real name right now, but he's one of the most famous ones, because that's around the time where I think they started to try to switch up from the heliocentric in modern times. But the whole thing with that, bro, is I wasn't there, so I can't tell you about this experiment. But when you're in a tunnel, because you're saying the flags keep dropping or whatever, when you're in a tunnel, a straight tunnel, we build tunnels straight. We build everything straight. You get levels. You try to make everything nice and flat in the real world. So everything's that we built here on Earth is we try to make it as flat as possible, whether it be a lake, a man-made lake, or canal, or any type of structure. We try to get it nice and level. So when you're in the tunnel, bro, you see the light posts, the lights in the tunnel. They'll go down into your vanishing point, and that's the whole dilemma there. They're saying it's the curve of the Earth. That's why the lights are going down. We're saying it's all just that's the way things work on a flat surface. Is our vanishing point. I don't know if that kind of makes sense or not. If that was enough to answer the question. But what gets me, bro, is because before they used to say like after like 3 miles you can't see, you shouldn't be able to see anything. That's
Well, yeah, I think that's like a straw man though. Just because the curvature begins at 3 miles out, that doesn't mean that the curvature is going to completely obstruct anything that you can see beyond that. It just means that it begins at that point. It's measurably observable that there is a curvature, regardless if you see it or not.
Yeah, and that's really the best arguments for the flat Earth, is that we can see way too far for a ball, 24,000 miles in circumference with a 4,000 mile radius, 8,000 mile diameter. We can see too far, and that's really I think the number one proof that everybody can go out there and demonstrate for themselves that if we really did live in a ball that was 24,000 miles in circumference, we shouldn't see Chicago. That was like one of the most famous ones where they could see Chicago from across Lake Michigan, which was about 60 miles away. And that's one of the most famous ones, because you should not be able to see the Chicago buildings from that far away. They should be under the curvature. And then
Well, that's based on an assumption though, which is false.
Actually, they were showing that on the news, and then they said that they were trying to say that that was a mirage, but a mirage is upside down, isn't it?
Yeah. Plus,
And if it isn't
plus,
a mirage, though, if you're still able to see the skyline, that doesn't mean that there's no curvature, which means the curvature is not big enough to obstruct the entire skyline from your view.
Yeah, but but they were trying to cover it up by trying to say it was a mirage, what they were saying.
And it probably is. I mean, why do
But
you
a
factor
mirage,
the
but
refraction of water?
but you said a mirage has to be upside down, right?
I don't know, you're talking about lenses. So if you're looking that far away through a lens, yeah, and then you're looking at the water,
well,
things could just get reversed. There's a mirror effect.
Once that video came out with the guy in the news saying that we shouldn't be able to see this, the guy on the news is telling you. Maybe I should play that video for context, but so yeah, there's this guy on the news. He tells you, I don't have it saved. So Peter, I don't know if you can look it up. And I forget the guy's name though, but it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Chicago, was it Chicago?
Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. And but then even he's telling you, yeah, we shouldn't be able to see this. It's too far, if we live in the ball, 24,000 miles in circumference. So then what happened was, this is an old video. It's from like 2016. So that's kind of like at the height of when people start to become flat earthers, because then people started going out there and doing it for themselves, and to the point where they would get on a boat, live stream it, and go all the way, keeping the Chicago skyline in frame to prove that it wasn't a mirage. They can actually see it from 60 miles away, which you shouldn't be able to. And
why shouldn't you be able to, though? There's the thing right there. If you're saying that we should be able to see it that far on a globe, why not?
Because you should have a physical horizon where there's a wave of water blocking the city on the other side of this bump that we're on. There's
because the curvature is going to progress the farther out you go. It starts about 3 miles, and progressively it's going to get higher and higher. It's not like once you reach a certain point, everything beyond that disappears. There's measurable curvature in between that spot where they're viewing the skyline and Chicago. Like, there is curvature in between, even though it doesn't obstruct the entire view. Just because, why are you saying that you shouldn't be able to see that far? Nothing in the measurements of the diameter of the Earth says you should be able to see the skyline from that far. And who's claiming this?
Even the guy on the news said you shouldn't be able to see it. It's like there's you could look up.
Well, the guy on the news mentioned that it was a reflection of the water, a mirage, what they call like in the desert. So what do you?
Correct.
You don't think that's the logical alternative way, like a solution?
It is. But what happens is, what I'm telling you is that afterwards, people were going there and taking the picture and live streaming them sailing there without there being any mirage. It was the actual thing they were seeing, and you can't always see it.
How do you know that it's the actual? How do you know that what theirs? Because they're using the same kind of a camera. Like they're
coming towards it, so they
far away. Why? How can you be sure they're not getting the same?
At some point, the mirage will disappear, and then the real structure will come back. But it's like the same picture was on the frame the whole time. If that makes sense, I don't know. So it wasn't a mirage; it was the actual thing they were seeing.
Yeah,
but I guess you could flip it. You could flip it that way. The mirage just became the real thing at one point. I don't know how, but the whole thing is, if you're in the ball, bro, at some point you can't see over the curve. The curve, you can't see over the curve. It's like a little wall, mountain or something. You can't see beyond it. And
that's true. We can actually demonstrate that, though. That there is measurable curvature.
That's why people have been debating the flat Earth for 5 years. Well, recently, it's been revived, but people have been debating the flat Earth since Copernicus, bro. They've been debating the flat Earth since as far as the ball Earth came around. People have been debating it, so they've been debating this topic for a long time. one of the reasons why I think they brought it up, because they have so many answers, both sides, I guess. At this point, we have answers to everything, and the ball has answers to everything. So it's I don't know, bro. It's craziness, you know. You shouldn't let it divide people. Things like this, and
The only video on YouTube is edited and clipped, and there's another one that says Milwaukee spot from Michigan, and they just says that what's called the only excuse that scientist says is just a mirage.
yeah. So it's not. It's I don't know. If you want to play it, you can play it, but
All right.
just for fun, just to see what we're talking about. I guess that was one of the videos that were out there at the time. Whew.
All right.
But I mean, I think you guys did a good job from what I've seen. And it's getting late for me, so I probably have to bow out here in a little bit. If anybody else wants to join the chat, Christopher Sylvia, good joining.
Yep, I know. I'm everywhere.
Yeah.
You guys want to talk about? The global pandemic treaty?
You know what? You've been so eager to tell us about that, bro. And I tried looking it up that one day, and it was hard for me to find. So, can you summarize what you want us to know about it in like a couple minutes?
Okay, so pretty much the government is gonna foster. I'm not government. What's called the WHO is gonna foster the governments of the world under their wings, and pretty much whatever the WHO is gonna pretty much be ruling, having full power of the government, of all government.
Okay, good summary. But yeah, they've been talking about that for a long time, bro, and using like emergency powers and things like that to basically try to dethrone our democracy, so then they can take control. And yeah, they're making all these things happen, bro, and that's gradually. And there's a lot of pushback too, especially on the Republican states. So,
Yeah.
Not that I'm 100%. I'm not a Trump supporter. I think he's part of it too. He's just like the there's a quote talking about the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. So to me, that's what Trump is. But as far as the people go, I would say the Republican side seems to be more on the right. You know, they're anti-abortion. They're anti all the biblical teachings. They're pro the biblical teachings more than the other one. But when you look at the people that they always put in power, bro, it's like they're bought and paid for. You know, they tell us they play the good guys, or just to appease us, I guess, and then they do the dirty stuff behind our backs.
Oh
So,
yeah.
it doesn't matter who's in power. It seems at this point, it's they control both sides. As far as the people in power go,
They're supposed to be writing the final draft next month on the 1st. So we'll see what they write. I have this I download this PDF file.
nothing when people write is pretty, bro. It's all like what you're saying. It's like basically they want a one world communist government.
Oh yeah, they write it down in very sweet words in a very fucked up meaning.
Yeah, saving the planet and fighting climate change and
and reducing carbon, which including us.
Yeah, we'll protect you from guns, from taking all of yours away.
Oh,
it's like the wolf that's talking to the sheep. It's like, it's in your best interest, man. Just hand over your that big horn that you have on your head or whatever. Just give me your weapons, and it's going to be a safer world to live in.
Yep, pretty much. Just like Hitler did. Took away people's guns.
Everybody always takes people's guns away before they go on and murdering half the population. The government's actually the ones that murder more people than anybody else in this world.
Oh,
Besides abortion, I think. I think abortion's got the lead right now. But besides abortion, I think governments are actually guilty of the genocides of this world. Whatever government is in power.
you ever heard of that? What's called the story? What's called when I forgot which hurricane it was, but there was like this shelter that when that area got flooded out from the hurricane.
Katrina.
Was it Katrina? The guy who was standing outside, he said that he would go inside, but but they were killing people.
No, I never saw that.
Yeah, there was a guy on the news, and he was saying that he would love to go inside, but he was saying that they rounded up the people in the back of a truck and gunned them all, and when they were doing the news on the on the shelter, there was like barely anybody there, just a few kids and like one lady. When there's a natural disaster and a shelter, but there's like nobody barely there.
I've never seen it, but I mean, as far as like FEMA goes, bro, it's just another branch of like the government, 3-letter word organization, and they're just another way to take people's freedoms away under emergencies and give all power to the government.
Oh yeah, and is their excuse to calling people too? Because there was a video of them
You're
separating.
like far right.
Right?
You go from like a FEMA rounding up people in the back of the whatever camps to like, tell us about this cloning you're going into now, bro. You're like, go for it.
I mean, there was a video of them doing when they were using FEMA to for natural disasters and stuff like that, and they were separating people out, and I think they were separating the homeless people out and calling them, honestly.
Cloning them?
No, not cloning them, calling them.
Oh, calling them. Okay, I thought you said cloning. My bad.
Oh no. Oh, cloning. Yeah. Well, I mean, they do have clones. They do clone people though, but it's mostly for the elites.
For like our actors and things like that, probably.
Oh yeah, that's why we have these weird, strange coincidences of these actors looking like these other actors from back then.
I've seen some.
Yeah, Cher looking like she's fucking 35 when she was nearly 100. It's probably some clone or something.
I mean, wouldn't be surprised because I mean, you ever heard of that clone Eve?
You told me
what that is.
Yeah, you told me one time, but I looked it up, but I can't remember what it was about. But I did.
Yeah,
let me look it up again real quick.
Yeah, they literally made their own clone from another person's skin cell, because they said that they're able to pretty much make a human body from a piece of skin.
I'm just gonna read. I googled clone Eve. It says Boisseler said the baby dubbed Eve by the scientists is a clone of a 31-year-old American woman. It was born outside the United States, but wouldn't specify where the woman donated the DNA for the cloning process, had the resulting embryo implanted, and then gestated the baby, Grossier said. Yeah, I guess there's quite a bit of information on the clone Eve, bro. Baby Eve, cloned in Israel, 2003.
Are you allowed to smoke pot on the podcast?
No, bro, it's a Christian channel. You should be promoting God, Jesus, and
Well, I mean, I recreationally smoke.
You can turn off your camera and not tell anybody what you're doing. I mean,
all right.
Yeah, but I don't care what you do.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No.
I'm more the laid back kind of, Christian, But I don't promote sin. I promote, walking in the spirit and don't serve the flesh. Try your best,
Yeah. You should smoke some Biden.
I promote taking responsibility for yourself. If somebody's gonna stand up and say you can't do this or that, it should be probably a pastor in a confined area where everybody agrees that they're coming to let this guy represent the Lord, and he's gonna tell us how it is. So I'm definitely not trying to represent God in any circumstance anywhere. So it's like I got problems of my own.
Yep, everyone has their own sins. They're what's called. They have their things. They're the weekend in their flesh, and some people have their own crutches. So
I mean, this channel, like it's not like a church, definitely not. So it's an open.
You should
It's
do it,
basically like being on Times Square. YouTube is the Times Square of social media. So it's like you see somebody smoking some weed. Oh wow, really surprising. We're on YouTube, people.
YouTube. Well,
I love weed. That's just FYI for anybody watching. I don't care what you think. Don't care. Doesn't even matter anyways.
it's not.
The fucking Michael Phelps, probably the greatest athlete that ever lived. It's like, oh yeah, you don't provide a good example for the children, you know. So you're coming off the Wheaties box because you're a stoner, even though we know you're the greatest athlete that's probably ever lived. Whatever.
Wow. And the only reason why they criminalize it because they kind of make money off of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why they criminalized it. You can also build bricks with it, build a house. You can
Make
use it for a lot of
clothes.
medicinal. Yeah, make roads. You can use it for a lot of medicinal stuff.
All right.
But one thing I will say about weed, bro, that I think they did on purpose is they put all the focus on weed when there's a lot of other weeds that we cut our grass and we don't even realize that we're cutting that have a lot of medicinal properties and a lot of benefits and a lot of edible properties. And so I think in a way too, they want you focused on weed, but I will say that it slows you down, bro. It's not something that sharpens you up. So
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Definitely not. I wouldn't even consider it a good thing, but it's relatively speaking, it's not a bad thing to do. It's
I mean,
probably
like-
a good thing in some cases for some
Yeah.
people.
I would
Especially when
say
there's.
it's
Okay.
probably safer than alcohol. You know what I mean? Like we get pushed alcohol left and right, and weed seems to be not as bad as alcohol, but at the same time too, like if you're just waking up and smoking, and then for lunch you're smoking, and then you're just high all day,
Yeah.
you're not gonna be very productive at all. You're not gonna be you're gonna be sitting in front of your couch watching TV most of the time, playing video games. You're not gonna be out there gardening or doing productive stuff in the real world. You're just but I will say it has a lot of medicinal stuff, plus a lot of actual like I said, the concrete. I've seen cars that were built on with hemp instead of aluminum. So they can be used for buildings. They can be used for cars. There's a lot of things you can do with wheat. And then at the same time, I'll say there's other plants that you can use as well. But they want you focus on this one for some reason.
I feel like they want you to focus on getting a high part is the most important part instead of the medicinal part. And and the fact that and being lazy, that just depends on the person, because some people can be smoking pot and be productive, but I do agree that you shouldn't be smoking pot first thing in the morning and trying to get high, stoned. You get your shit done first, then when you get home and you're done for the day, then you get high to relax.
Yeah.
And it does help whenever you do get you'll have days you'll be extremely depressed or extremely pissed off. Smoke some pot and you relax. And it
Well,
helps.
it's kind of like you just got to know where you are and where you're going. You don't chew gum before an interview, so it's like certain jobs, it's expected. No, the pilot's not going to be stoned while he flies his plane. It's not going to happen. We already know the guy. He's subjected to piss tests all the time or whatever it is. I don't know. But
We got way
the
off.
pilot. But then there's a story of that one pilot who was getting drunk all the time and flying the plane amazingly.
Well, they do have autopilot, don't they?
You seen that Denzel movie called Flight?
It might be time to end the flat Earth debate.
No, yeah, that's already over. I'm just talking about.
I mean, I mean, this is just open discussion, just whatever,
Okay,
man.
okay.
But anyways, like in that movie, he's like a pilot, and he likes to get drunk on the plane, and never been a problem with it before. But then there was like a situation where the birds or something happened, and like he ended up having to fly it upside down, and then he ended up landing it perfectly. But then there was like an investigation, like, we know you was like drinking because we found this little alcohol container in a trash can. But you know, what's suspend the guy or something. You don't have to go that distance. It just comes that. Is it affecting you or not? Is what you're doing, whatever you're taking, is that having a negative or positive effect on the people around you? And if it's positive, why are we fighting?
Why are we fighting?
Well, yeah, like
No.
alcohol, you know, it actually makes your emotions even worse. So I mean, like, it's not really a good thing.
Yeah, but it's like if you're working on Wall Street, everybody's drunk. You know, it's like, but they do perfectly fine making all that money. They're like get drunk every day, having parties.
I don't know. Like it seems like that's another scam. The whole stocks and Bitcoin. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
I'm glad I never. I mean, I kind of wish I would have got into it when I first heard about it, but I was like, it sounds like the one world currency to me. I'm not messing with it, and I never did. So maybe it was a good thing.
The stock isn't the one where currency. It's just the way. It's just the market. But like, but it is a game though, because there was a thing whenever Joe Biden became president. It was Nancy Pelosi. What's called? People were following her tweets because she was actually leaking which stocks were gonna go up.
Right, so it's like a scam, bro. It's like a pyramid scheme of sorts or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, isn't the stocks linked to your 401k?
I have no idea, bro. I'm trying to buy some land, bro, and hopefully I can get. But even with land, bro, like
Property tax.
Yeah, man. I talked to some people that have houses, right, and they used to be $100,000, 4 or 5 years ago, and then now they're like $300,000. They're like, man, I'm on a fixed income. You know, I'm retired. I'm only getting like $700 a month. Thinking my house is paid off, and now my taxes went from $1,000 to $5,000. So,
oh yeah,
they're trying to figure out how to take your land, your resources, and these people are good at that. They've been doing it throughout the world in the last 2 centuries. They've been.
Dude, I can tell you some crazy madness. You know, it's probably known to a lot of people that several things out there. You know about the 666 on every barcode?
Yeah.
For like general merchandise.
Yeah, every barcode has a 666 on it.
The beast on the, the Unleash the Beast Monster energy drink. It's Hebrew for 666.
Yeah.
The number on your social security card in red on the back is tied to a private bank account.
Yeah, I heard about that. Something called 1099. Man, it's 1099 plus like 2 letters afterwards. And it's something I came across recently where I was watching some people saying where they found a way to tap into that, and they actually were getting checks back. But I forgot.
Yeah, but you have to be willing to let go of your driver's license, your birth certificate. Like, you got to give all of that back and become basically unregistered as a citizen. Even though you can still you're still a citizen. You were born here, but just because you can't prove it, that doesn't mean they can't kick you out. It's like this thing where you have to, and Kent Hovind actually kind of lives that. He doesn't have a license or anything like that. And so they're not able to have certain advantages over him. It's a lot of the reason why he went to prison. But he really didn't break any laws. It's just, they're just trying to rob you of everything. They have like a straw man set up where it's like, there's the corporate Chris Silvius, and then there's the actual Chris Silvius that he really exists. So they have like a bank account set up for this corporate you. It's a straw man. And The Wizard of Oz, it was like a movie where it was like, a lot of it was type of like symbolic, like the oil. He represents the oil industry because he's always asking for oil. And then the straw man, that's that false identity. America with a capital A. It's talking about the federal government. It's a whole different thing. When you're born, a certain amount of money gets put into that little private bank account. Shoot, the phrase New World Order is literally on the back of a $1 bill. How obvious can you be? That there's a pentagram below the White House. The way the streets are designed.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I feel like we agree on pretty much everything, bro, except for this one topic, right? And I feel like if me and Peter wouldn't have woken up to this one topic, we probably would have agreed on everything. But then we just started going down this rabbit hole. For me, it was 4 years ago. Peter probably like 2 years ago. And but I think it was let out on purpose just for that, just to divide us, you know, because if it wasn't for that, we would have all been all together. But I'm glad they let it out because it made me take the Bible literally, and I feel like I might have been triple jab or something by now if I didn't wake up to this. I might have just been buying everything I saw on television, or just falling into the peer pressure. But this made me a stronger person, and also Young Earth Creation, because I came to Young Earth Creation afterwards. You know, because you also didn't fall for the scam. So I feel like we're both kind of like all this other stuff. It helps us see it, believe it or not. Like it helped me see it, I should say. You know, just the government deception, how deep it is and how far it can go, and not to trust, you know, whoever I used to trust on TV, whether it be on Fox News or CNN. I don't trust either side anymore, and I'm just kind of going by the Bible and my own discernment, you know, my own relationship with my Creator.
You ever heard of that Wizard of Oz theory, though?
Oh man, no, but when you said it made a lot of sense. The Tin Man represents the oil. The straw man's kind of like this whole thing we got with the Social Security system, where
and then you got the yellow brick road, which is like follow the money all the way to the Satan. Satan is the Wizard of Oz. He's like smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, big bad character, but really just the old puny thing in the back.
And then when Dorothy says, you know, we're not in Kansas anymore, that's kind of like when the Social Security card came out. It put us under this whole system where the government's actually able to take money on your behalf without you knowing about it and putting it into like an account. So you're a corporate person now.
Yeah.
Rebel wants to join.
Oh, good, because I'm about to bounce. So Rebel, man, I like Rebel a lot. He's one of my favorite people to listen to because there you go.
How's it going, Rebel?
Yo, what's good, guys? Oh man, you guys started at a crazy time. I've been on several different streams today, and so I just kind of fell asleep around the time you guys started.
We were talking about the Wizard of Oz. You ever heard of the theory that Wizard of Oz and like the wizard is like Satan, and it all is like symbolic of the New World Order?
I haven't seen the movie, but I do know that it has very occultic symbolism in there, so I wouldn't be surprised at all. Yeah.
Well, what's even crazier is that a guy committed suicide on set, and they didn't take it out of the movie. It went ahead and but if you zoom in, you could see a guy hanging in the background in one of the scenes. He's literally hanging from a tree by his neck, and he's dead.
Oh wow. Yeah, well, there's a lot of human sacrifice that goes on in these occult secret societies.
Well, the thing was, he didn't get the part for the midget. He didn't get the main role, so he was so upset about it that he killed himself on scene, on the set while he was filming.
It's pretty sad, bro. Hey, I'm crazy, bro. But Rebel, nice to see you, Peter and Christopher. I'm gonna rewatch the debate, bro. I'm curious to see how it all played out. And y'all have a good night or good day, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow for sure.
All right, peace, Tiger.
Cool, man. Good to see you too.
I'm gonna be listening in for 30 minutes or so while I'll take a shower and get ready for bed, though. All right, keep it on, bro.
All right,
Peace.
man. Too.
All right, sounds good.
Now there's
So-
another theory for the movie The Matrix, where it's like when they're plugged into the Matrix. That's kind of like if you start looking into the flat Earth, young Earth creationism, etc. You kind of take that red pill and opened your mind, whereas most people just kind of stay stationed. They don't want to really look into anything or question anything that the government says, so they're not plugged into the Matrix, which is what reality really is. Big scheme, we're living in.
True. So anyway, you guys give me like a little rundown of Cliff Notes of what you guys, because it seems like you guys sort of started talking like chill about other stuff. Like, did you guys come to any sort of conclusion on the flat Earth matter?
Not
No, I
really.
mean, he's still a flat earther and I'm still a glober, so no, there's like a middle ground to where it's like I think he understands that I'm at least being rational, and then I understand he is also. So there's that we're not comfortable converting, either one of us.
So essentially, you're still a big old dummy boy, Chris, is what you're saying.
Oh, you're another flat earther too, Rebel? So I'm like the globetard of my channel. I got these two people who are not even. I mean,
precisely.
Do you think that I'm being irrational, believing the Earth is a globe, or what? Do you think I'm just completely blinded?
Yeah. I mean, there's one guy I've been talking to about this. He's also a Christian. We've been going back and forth for like months now. And I've hit him with the absolute best evidence that I've got, like with everything. And I think at some point, like, I don't know if it's like God who blinds people, but I just think I've come to the conclusion that this truth is just simply put, not for everybody. That I think I've just realized that.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the same with me, like for other areas. Like when you ask people, you could do the same thing with the flat Earth. You could ask somebody, what is the shape of the Earth? And they would say a ball, and you ask them why, and they're like, I don't know, it's just a ball. It's like, what is the age of the Earth? I don't know, it's billions of years old. Who cares? So that's kind of what you're saying. It's not, nobody wants to generally people don't want to investigate things that are just seem to be fundamental, but they could actually rewrite the history of the world and the textbook and everything.
I want to say well, I mean, yes, it's their fundamental basis of their reality. Yeah, I would say that, because that's what they're taught since we're young babies all the way down to we're grown up through TV and school.
But you probably just tuned in, Rebel. Yeah, you didn't see any of the debate.
No, yeah, I just woke up.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It didn't turn out to be aggressive or anything like that. So
it's a little shit show. Yeah, that's good. It's always good when.
What do you have like a number one proof of a flat Earth?
I think I do, but that would be for me personally. Well, it wouldn't be just maybe one. It would be like a accumulation.
Yeah, just throw one out there, and we'll see if I can respond to it. Maybe it hasn't been brought up in the debate.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it has been brought up. So let me, since you guys have already been going for 2 hours, let me ask you, Chris, if there's anything that you would need to like see. Is there like some sort of deal breaker that would like 100%, or at least get you close to realizing that the Earth truly is flat, but also more importantly stationary and enclosed in a dome? I guess it wouldn't be a flat disk floating in space, because no flat earther believes that.
I think if you were able to either physically contact the ice wall or the dome, or be able to produce a map that can be used to, navigate well, or even any map at all that everybody agreed on in the Flat Earth Society or whatever, the general flat earthers, nobody really tends to like agree on any map or produces one during a debate or even a model for that matter. So the one thing that would convince me is either physical evidence of a dome or an ice wall that somebody can like photograph or touch, bring a sample of it back or something like that. That's mainly why I can't go over the edge, if you will, and believe a flat earth, is because there's actually not observable evidence where at least we have photographs, even if they can be shown to be like possibly faked or like cropped. At least we have photographs. At least we have NASA and all these other countries that are sending satellites up into space taking pictures, whereas if like you don't have any photographs, anything.
Okay, I have better than photographs of this ice wall. Let me see. I'm thinking about 3 particular videos. Specifically, they're in my Facebook. They're in my Facebook somewhere. Wait a minute. Okay. Here we go. Okay, and did Peter bring up the Antarctic Treaty of 1959?
It was brought up. I think I'm the one that brought it up though, because we was talking about the motive to cover it up, and that is one of them. You know, that's kind of interesting that they all have agreed not to explore that area. But
Yeah, so that's pretty big.
I mean, if you're going to bring evidence that we've contacted the dome, is that going to be like evidence based on interpretation? Like what me and Peter was talking about, there was like a rocket that they sent up, and it seems to be doing some weird stuff up there. That's kind of like an interpretation of what you think's going on with the rocket. You think it's hitting something, but I'm really looking for more of an actual research project that was done where they set out to contact this dome and they found it. And not even in any of the Flat Earth documentaries I've watched had they said anything about that. They just kind of openly admit nobody has been there. There's this one guy who might have went there and seen it, but it's not like in official literature or anything positive that they can claim as like truth. They're just like, it's just one of those things where it could have happened and there's good reason to believe it, but it's not really solid evidence. So
I mean, I would say Operation Fishbowl is probably the most famous governmental program that is well known for them hitting the dome. In fact, that's why I was given the name Fishbowl, because they realized that we do live in just a gigantic fishbowl. It was later the name was changed later to Operation Dominic, which means Peter, do you remember? This is like something of the Lord. I think maybe dome of the Lord. Something like
I don't know what's called. I don't know about that one. About Dominic. I knew about Fishbowl, but I didn't know they changed the name.
Yeah, no, the same name is used. Yeah.
yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Is like that is an example of like a private investigator going out, but at first he didn't have an intentions of even doing that. But it's like a story that's not like, it's like this could have happened kind of scenario, whereas it's not a group of people who set out to find it and then came back with the results on paper. This is not what's happening here. And you can't even tell if the story's legitimate. Anyways, there's just not enough credentials there, like outside resources.
Wait. Yeah. Even Wikipedia says it's called Operation Dominic. But that wasn't just a private thing, though, Chris. That was carried out and funded by the United States as a whole. It wasn't just like some one-off guy.
Okay, maybe I'm not too familiar with the story then, but as far as I know, they don't know for sure whether he contacted anything or not. He came up with this name, the Fishbowl, but he wasn't clear, like in a statement or anything, that he thought we was living in a dome.
Well, see, instead of calling it a dome, though, they refer to it as the Van Allen bell. They just give you a different term, because if they straight up said dome, then that would expose them, and it would, it wouldn't allow them to hide our true cosmology anymore. So they have
That's
to
what.
give you like a code word.
Yeah, they use code words or they use sweet words with horrible meaning.
Well, is that your only example though? Is that one project? Which, if that's the case, what about all these other research explorations and stuff that we have, like with NASA? You know, why question those when you only have one example and it's not even solid evidence? It's not photographed. There's not video footage. There's a testimony. There's a recorded. There's a documentation of the things that happened. Some names that were thrown out there, fishbowl, but we need like directable, observable evidence here.
I mean,
Directable. I don't even know why I said that's not a real word. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, where's you have a picture, not like a video where you're interpreting weird things happening with a rocket, but let's see, turn on Instagram, and go live and touch the wall, look up at the ice wall, or fly up in a jet and shoot a rocket directly at the dome and watch it explode. Like something like that would be really good, which you think would be possible with all the resources we have these days.
But what about like scripture that says, okay, so it says about the Tower of Babel, how and they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven. So they're trying to reach onto heaven. So wouldn't that implying, that they're trying to build a tower to go to heaven?
To reach something physical, because God
Yeah.
called the firmament heaven in Genesis 1:8.
Well, even using your model, it's too high up for that to even be attainable. It's not.
Well, they were trying to build it though.
They weren't trying to reach the physical heavens, I can tell you that.
It says may reach unto heaven.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're physically trying to reach to heaven. They're building a tower that goes up, and it goes really high, but you don't necessarily have to take it that way to where they're saying we actually want to build it so high that we can reach where God is and like try to fight him or something. It's like
Talking about to reach the firmament.
the purpose of it, if you read the story, is for them to make a name for themselves. And we have those same kind of towers today. They're called skyscrapers, and they belong to rich politicians who have very private, luxurious suites at the top of them. And that's what they were doing.
Well, I believe NASA is their version of Tower of Babel.
I'm pretty sure Scripture says like whatever they have in mind to do, they can achieve. That's what it says. So I think people get the wrong, like people have this evolutionary perspective on the world and think that ancient people of our ancestors were like these stupid cavemen, but in reality it's quite the opposite. We've only been digressing in intelligence and stuff like that. These people lived for hundreds and hundreds of years back then, as the Bible says, and so they had I believe they had like a lot more wisdom and intelligence and capability of doing wild things like that. Something as crazy as building something so tall you could reach into the very tops of the heavens of this earth.
Chris, you're still muted.
Yeah, I know. But is that the only thing, Rebel? Is that like, because to me, yeah, the best proof would be to actually physically contact those things. I'm just not sure if what you have is sufficient. There's a couple other ways they could probably convince me. One being, if you could get some kind of high power telescope and observe the the sun and the moon and the stars to be as close as you say that they are. You should be able to even observe the dome if it's that close with the telescope, with the power that we have to magnify or to detect certain elements when they burn or whatever, or when they even exist, bounce certain radars or radio waves or frequencies, what have you, off of them. We can tell what certain stuff is made of, like different ways that we can, tools that we can use with astronomy or what have you, to detect something up there. But really, if the sun and the moon themselves pretty significant objects, if they're really that close, why not set something up where we can detect that?
Whoa. Well, I mean, I think I have seen evidence. I guess it comes down to a matter of whether, like, the way you interpret it, and whether you think it's sufficient or not. Like I'm sure Peter has shown you evidence of a rocket, going up, reaching super fast speeds, like up to Mach 3, Mach 5 speeds, whatever that is in miles per hour, and then it just stopping on a dime. And then the other one he may have showed you is the one where it kind of goes at an angle, like the SpaceX rocket, and it seems to ricochet off the firmament and kind of create like some sort of ripple effect in the waters above the firmament, and that's like the crazy, wild, like phenomenon we're seeing there. Like when I see that, I'm like, oh wow, there you go, boom, that's the firmament.
You're still muted.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that's enough for you, but for some reason, I don't know why this is. It's a human brain. Maybe it's the same reason that I don't like certain foods and other people do. It's like that's enough for you to convince you, and for me, it's just not. I just can't see that. I don't know. Strange.
It is.
Why not? Because I'm just thinking that there should be like some other person with a rocket that has enough resources living somewhere in the world. 90 countries have claimed to send a satellite into space, so maybe some of them could make a confession. We never been there. We ran into this dome and we couldn't get there, and none of them has come clean on it. So massive conspiracy on a global scale, which is, in the subject matter is just not that big. It's really a non-issue. The Earth, the shape of the Earth. Like, what does that even matter? You could. That really gets me too.
Well, I mean, it's just proof of God's creation and His handiwork. But can I ask you, how does the firmament fit in the model of the ball? So.
The firmament, like the original one before the flood?
No. I'm talking about the one that still exists today, not the one that it didn't shatter. It didn't go away. Because remember, we already went through scripture saying that it didn't shatter.
Yeah, but I've already explained that I look at those differently. Where it's talking about multiple heavens, space being one of them, which you disagree space even exists. So that's where it gets complicated, man.
Yeah, but like if the firmament is supposed to be like if it's supposed to be hard and it's supposed to look like glass, so where does that fit in the model of the ball though? And that's what I'm trying to ask. Oh wait, but
how can there be a solid structure surrounding a sphere?
As in like that, but we're supposed to travel out. But like, as in like, but you're trying to say the firmament is space, is what you're trying to say?
One of the firmaments is space. Yeah, you have the firmament which we breathe and where the birds fly. That's one firmament, and it's specifically the one which is created by the canopy above separating.
That what's called the
So then you have another firmament beyond that because you have multiple heavens, like heaven where we are now in the atmosphere, the other heaven that's outside of our atmosphere, and then the other heaven where God dwells. So there's multiple layers there, which I
But-
think you'd probably disagree on that second layer because you don't think that space exists.
But the first layer is supposed to be the layer that separates the water above and the water below, not the open expanse of air in the what's called underneath the firmament.
No, it is. What creates that open expanse is that solid structure. But to say the firmament is the solid structure is inaccurate. The firmament is a result of that dome, the canopy. That's what creates the firmament itself. The firmament wouldn't exist without that dome. Now, that seems to be irrational with what I believe, seeing as how I believe it doesn't exist anymore. Whereas I just offer a solution to that, which would be the observable layers of the atmosphere that we have today, keeping a remnant of what we had before the flood within the atmosphere. It's just what other explanation do you have for why insects are in the fossil record that are like 5 times the size of insects today, or the mammals or anything else in there? It's like all these animals and plants are just like absolutely huge. The Bible talks about a flood, which you agree with. So something had to change in the atmosphere to make those drastic changes to where people can live to be nearly 1,000 before the flood, and they're no longer able to reach those ages. And if that dome is still there, what changed when the flood happened? What do you think about that?
God said himself that man wouldn't live past 120 years. It had nothing to do about like the air changing. I mean, and maybe it might have, but God said himself that he would start doing that. It wasn't just a completely like naturalistic cause that did it. God claimed himself that that's what he's going to do to limit the age of men.
No, it's affecting all. Like, it doesn't say that he's limiting them to 100. I don't know what that is, but I probably do. It's probably the verse where it's actually talking about when God is going to send a flood, which would be 120 years after that. It's like everybody has about 120 years to decide whether or not they want to get on the ark while Noah's building it. So had plenty of time to do it. But either way, what was we saying? Man, I'm trying to keep up the pace. It's getting harder the later that it gets, I guess. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm talking about Genesis 6:3. It says, "And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his day shall be 120 years."
Yeah.
So he's putting a limit on the age of men.
Yeah,
Probably not a reference to the age of men, but because it's like you lived past 120 years after the point that he said that. I mean, people after the flood were living to be 300, 400, 500 years old. So it's not like, I mean, you really can't take it like that. You have to look at that from some other way and interpret that differently, just based on the fact that it's obvious contradiction if that's the way you take it.
Yeah, it might have like more of a future prophecy thing, because we know nowadays, at least, until you can probably go back even 1,000 years or a couple of thousand years. When
the atmosphere. How do you explain the air bubbles that have been found trapped in amber? In these deep layers of strata, it has twice the amount of oxygen basically than our atmosphere does today. What do you think happened at the flood?
Well, I mean, like, you know how there's like a proof of like these giant trees that were cut down. I'm pretty sure back then there was a lot more nature, a lot more big trees, and we had more oxygen because we had these giant trees all over the place. But since they've been cutting them down, we have less oxygen because we don't have these trees anymore.
They should be able to, after the flood, mows them all down naturally, which is what's going to happen. These huge trees, they should be able to just keep growing. Nothing in the atmosphere. If there's a dome that is keeping all of this gas and stuff in, there's no reason all that oxygen should have just like escaped. Should
Well,
still be here.
you still had giants still roaming the earth, so they could have been part of the devastation of the trees. Who knows?
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know.
But
I do believe in what you're talking about, the dome, like we agree, but just disagree on whether or not it's still there or not. I do not think that it is, but yeah. And a lot of preachers, that I greatly respect, like they highly disagree with the canopy theory. They would say that there never has been anything like that. And
Well, then
I respect their position, but
Yeah. How about did Peter tell you that NASA and the U.S. military all claim the Earth is flat and stationary in over 24 documents?
yeah, it just that's can't remember. I mean, of course, there's an answer to it. There's gonna be an answer to everything, but I'm not.
But there are
familiar.
arguments, though.
Yeah, they in certain portions, like of navigation, NASA, yeah, they use a flat Earth model, not like a flat Earth map, but they basically set up everything assuming that the Earth is flat. Yeah, I realize that.
Why would they assume something the opposite of what's true?
It just works.
Why-
There's nothing to like obstruct it. If you're not looking at the entire globe, you're not looking at a navigation scheme, which is, trying to, travel the entire Earth. You're just focused on one area, which is what these are, like isolated geography. Then yeah, you're gonna just assume it's flat because it is relative. Like there's not gonna be you don't want to. There's no need to adjust for curvature or anything over that small of an area. You're not looking. What kind of a map are you? Do you think that they're using? It's not like they're trying to travel the whole globe. They're not building maps where they're trying to navigate the entire Earth and assuming it's all flat.
But the context of these documents is like a lot of them are for like flying aircraft and even helicopters and using ballistic missiles for the military. Just those three things right there alone are always in the context of them being used over long distances. So absolutely, it would, you would need to know what the Earth looks like over a long distance, longer on average than most people would travel, like say in a car or something.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an area I'm not too familiar with. I realize the problem. I think there's good solutions to it. That, as far as I know, that's the best solution I can come up with, which may not be wrong. Y'all could be right. The Earth could be flat. There's not just. I have to look at all the evidence and correlate it and figure out which side makes more sense with all of the evidence together. You like. So I'm just not comfortable yet. I could be in the future. I'm not saying it's impossible that I would eventually concede. Not concede because I already do concede. It's a possibility it could be flat, but actually go all in and like be able to state that publicly. I don't know about that. Not comfortable doing that.
Yeah, there is a sense of what do you call it? Like there's like a stigma attached to it. So I totally get that. But I would assert that we're supposed to be confident in proclaiming the truth of God despite what any man's opinion might be about us. Do you mind if I share my screen real quick? I want to show you what you think, or I want to see what you think about what could be the extent of the ice wall. So here's a helicopter flying over what I believe to be the edge, gigantic 360 ice wall. So just for context, he starts You see, he's starting over ocean water here, and he's kind of going. These are like some, glaciers or whatever, and then he flies over what. So it's all water in the beginning, right? But then look, see, look right here, boom. See this right here? This is a big like ice shelf, at least from we can see from here. And actually, if you Google what's the highest elevation continent on the Earth, it will say Antarctica, and that makes sense because it would have to be higher to be acting as the container for all the Earth's water, right? And we see that same notion in the book of Job 38:14 and Job 26:10. It talks about God creating bounds for the waters and where waves will be stayed. Okay, so look what it does. So it reaches here, and then look, you can see it's pretty long, right? It keeps going, like it's white for as long as you can see here, and we're up in the air. But look, so he reaches it, but he's flying over it now, and look, and he's reaching a place where like it starts to get rocky with some kind of like mountainous formations here. Right? I mean, he's going deeper and deeper into Antarctica right now. Right? And so here's a little helicopter pad that he's going to end up landing on. But look at the horizon in front of him. As far as you can see, it's white. It's white, which means it's that same land. Okay? And so I think that's the reason why they have the Antarctic Treaty is it's because if you say that helicopter kept going and going and going, like as far as he could, absolutely he would end up hitting the dome that reaches down, that is from up high and eventually comes down and touches with land. That's precisely the reason why they're hiding it.
What is that one movie?
Truman
Where
Show?
yeah, there we go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Truman Show and Simpsons movie, Under the Dome, Hunger Games. They all show like symbolism in sort of a cultic, low-key way of the truth. Hollywood knows the truth, but they just sort of give it to us like it's fiction in TV shows and movies. So they are telling us. It's up to us to sort of read through the lines to see what they're actually saying.
Found the firmament or dome during Operation High Jump or Operation Deep Freeze, because for some reason they started firing nuclear missiles straight up as if trying to mess with the firmament somehow. And not to mention the name of the project, Fishbowl, easily symbolic for the enclosed nature of our world. 1955, Operation Deep Freeze. This is just an expansion of High Jump, where more research bases are added to Antarctica. Fast forward a little more, 1958. NASA is established, followed by the proposal of the Antarctic Treaty in 1959, and the implementation of it in 1961. The treaty basically puts Antarctica off limits to civilians, with the exception of guided tours that are carefully supervised. In 1962, Operation Fishbowl takes place. Now, this is where people start thinking that they found the firmament or dome during Operation High Jump or Operation Deep Freeze, because for some reason...
Right. And here's another video. Okay. This is from a boat now. I mean, look at this thing. It's absolutely massive. And it's uniform. And it just, it goes on and on. Right? It's a little blurry here, but look at this thing. I mean, it's taking up the entire screen. Look, it's just massive. So people have been here. Look! I mean, look at that. Look at the scale of this thing. It's breathtaking. expedition leader.
Hey, that's crazy though that you're saying that that's the ice wall. That makes no sense.
How?
I mean,
It's supposed to be on the outer edge, not in the center, close to where people can actually get there.
What makes you think this is in the center? This is what gives you any sense of direction of where this is?
Well, the fact that average people are there, you can't get too far out onto a sheet of ice that run into some pretty big problems.
No, well, first of all, you have no idea who these people are, and then second of all, you can take a guided tour, which is what this looks like to be, because at some point it talks about here, right here, it says expedition leader, so clearly this guy has given permission to the rest of these tourists to take a look at what's here. The what you can't do is just, you know, out of your own volition and free will, just, you know, go down there by yourself, like taking a private jet or like some boat.
What I'm saying, maybe they are deep within Antarctica, but I think that they're on the outer edge where they're probably on the ocean right there.
Well, no, they are
Probably salt water.
They are on the ocean, yes, but of course the edge would be where the ocean stops. That's what I believe I'm showing you here. The first video, though, it was of the helicopter that flew over this edge right here that you see, and flew over on top of it and started going deep inland. You know, that's what I showed you there. And then I just have one more here. How about this thing? Look at this. It's from the same vantage point. Just look at the scale of it all. It's absolutely massive. And I mean, where does this thing stop? It just goes on and on.
Okay, so now your claim is that places that we can actually take a boat and sail over, it's like, you think that this stretches all the way around the world in a circle when
Absolutely.
That's easily disproven?
How?
How's it easily disproven?
By the fact that you could, like these people, they're on that boat. Like this does not continue all the way around the globe. It's just a fact.
You're just making that assumption. You haven't proven that.
Okay. Haven't proven it. Huh.
Yeah. Have you taken a boat? Have you got to this whatever? I mean, let's not even call it ice wall. Have you got to this Antarctic shelf before, like on a boat expedition like these people are, and started sailing all the way around and kept going to make sure that it for sure does not go surround the entire circumference of the earth? I don't think you have. And if you do and prove that it doesn't go around the earth, I'll give you $1 million straight up.
Well, listen, this has been debated for probably, the last 150 years at least, the flat earth. And it's like, if the ice wall is that accessible, then there shouldn't be any problems for just going out there, follow the whole thing, make sure it's all there, and then build a map. And then anybody should be able to go there. If it's actually accessible, it's not accessible. That's why the ice wall has to be invented. The Antarctic Treaty, it's like, because you can't go to the point where the ice wall is actually like miles and miles high. That's what it is in the model anyways. Whatever ones are out there.
People can't go there themselves just whenever they want to. You have to go to a tour guide, and they go through a route which they show it, then they turn back around, and that's it. So
they're not going into the continent of Antarctica. They're just on the outer rim there. What she's claiming is the ice wall itself.
It is the ice wall.
If it was the ice wall, you should be able to travel all the way around it and determine that the Earth is just like a disc. There should be the outer boundary. You should be able to map it out and tell people. It's like, if it's that easy and accessible, it should have been examined by now and determined. Like, it's not, though. That's not an accurate description of the face of the earth.
A face is a single. A face is a flat side of a shape. I mean, that's just a geometrical definition of what a face is.
Yeah,
not a-
because sphere doesn't have a face.
Right. Simple geometry tells you that much. And then
Right.
Job 26.
I'll be right back.
I mean, look at this, Chris. It says, "He hath compassed the waters with what? Bounds, until the day and night come to an end." I mean, this to me is just like almost literally telling you the waters of the earth. Oh, and look at the word he used, compassed, right? A compass is a circle. Right?
Yeah, man, they're called continents, okay? That's why the waves don't come over. It's like they're not all like in harmony. They get interrupted. Otherwise, they would all just become harmonic and be at the same height at all times, and there wouldn't be a high tide and a low tide. The fact there's a continent there stopping it is why there's like a high tide and a low tide in the first place. So, like, what is this? If he's putting up bounds to stop the water, he's talking about the formation of mountains that stopped the floodwaters. They at first were covering the world, and then when the mountains rose, they had to go back and forth, and then they eventually reached equilibrium. So the bounds of the waters, I'm not talking about some ice walls, talking about continents.
I mean, I guess that's your interpretation. To me, I read the word compass, I hear the word bounds, and I think, okay, bounds to me seems like, like the word boundary, and boundary is usually referring to some sort of extreme edge, like on the most outer parts of whatever you're talking about. So this, and then coupled with Job 38:11, this chapter is talking about like the entire earth in general, because he says things like, "Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth, and who laid the measures thereof?" Stretch the line upon it. Foundations again, and then you come down and it says, "And said, hitherto shalt thou come, but no further." You see, again, we're getting a sense of a sort of an end to the earth. Okay, it says no further. You can get to a continent and keep going, and then get to the other side of the continent and keep going after that to get to like say you get to California, you fly across the country, you get to the East Coast. Now you can fly across the Atlantic Ocean. You get to Europe, fly past that, you get to Asia, and then Japan. Okay, so that's how I see. That's how I can tell it's not talking about just mere continents or mountains. It's saying you come here, but no further. And
here's the problem with that, is that all you have to do is raise the sea level like a 50 feet, and you would completely cover that ice wall. So it's like talking about a global flood here. Everything's covered. The only way for all of that water to come down and for the mountains to be exposed, it's like, it's not, if it's saying it's overflowed with water, well, then everything has to be covered. If everything's covered, then that would include the ice walls. If the ice walls are the boundary, well, you could cover the ice. I'm just not seeing how this adds up. Why?
Well, of course, with the flood, it was different. That was one catastrophic, tumultuous event where God flooded the whole world. But here we're just talking about in general, without any sort of flood, just generally speaking, the cosmology of the earth. And it's saying, here shall thy proud waves be stayed. Okay. And I just googled highest elevation continent. Just simply look what came up right away. Antarctica. It's the highest continent on the Earth. Average elevation of 8,200 feet. Okay.
Well, if that's the highest continent, the Bible says, that everything was covered. If you're on a flat Earth, it's like, where were these before the flood happened? Like, if they were already there, well, then they didn't do any good when the flood came because they were still covered like everything else, all the mountains. So,
Well, yeah, it was a firmament that kept the waters in.
Exactly.
okay, well, then where did they go?
What do you
Where
mean?
did what go? The water?
Where'd the water go? If they're still, it's like, if they covered those ice walls at the time of the flood, where did all that water go after the flood to where we can be standing on solid ground right now?
I believe there's some sort of permeability to the dome. You read about there being some sort of concept of portals in the Book of Enoch at the extremities of the earth, which would be the ice wall. And you said there wasn't a map that people agreed on, but I think this one here is like, it's called the Gleason's map. I think this, in general, this is one that people generally agree on. It's all the continents are here, and then you'll notice there's no Antarctica. There's no Antarctica continent. There's a middle North Pole, but there's no Antarctica because Antarctica is actually this 360 ice wall that surrounds this entire Earth. That's depicted in the white here. And you can see it's not completely uniform. You see how it thins out here, it gets thicker out here. It has like some sort of texture and terrain to it, just like we saw in these videos I was showing you of people taking that expedition. So there is a map. There definitely is, and this is the same thing as the United Nations logo as well. I'm sure you already know about that. I mean, that's truth in plain sight, if you ask me.
Well, what's interesting is that the flat Earth position is inherently Christian and inherently like. Well, I think there may be a few atheists like flat earthers, but definitely not many. Usually, what comes with the flat earther is like he's a Christian and he doesn't believe in evolution theory. So, really, you agree that there was a flood around 4,500 years ago, right?
Oh, me? Yeah, of course.
So, is there any specific flood model that you would hold to? Because there's kind of like only two of them available, or do you kind of hold to your own? And if so, what is that based on a flat Earth map? Because like catastrophic plate tectonics or the hydroplate theory would assume a global, sphere in order to make those geophysics possible for the flood. How exactly, it's like if there was a flood that covered the world, where did it even come from, and then where did it go after the flood is over?
Yeah, I showed you something like this before, but this is this is like a sort of working model of where I believe we live. We're down here on Earth, and then there's waters above our firmament. This is the open air expanse that we live and breathe in, but then there's a limit to that. I believe the firmament is made out of some sort of divine ether, and as well as a sapphire-like stone that's likened unto glass when you take the full concept of Scripture. And so, it's tiny here, but it says these little white things here it says floodgates, and so these were opened, and then the waters above came crashing down, and the only way it flooded is because it had a flat base to start off with, and it had an enclosure for the water to go to, and it started building. It started building and building after that, eventually covering the tops of the mountains here. There's a worldwide flood doesn't make sense for a ball, because I mean, unless you just claim something ridiculous like gravity, like keeping all the water in. But that's just some sort of weird witchcraft language and ideology they've come up with to explain why water or anything for that matter sticks to a ball. People make fun of you of believing in a flat Earth, and will mock and scoff and say, "Oh, make sure you don't fall off the edge," right? But they don't realize that living on a spinning ball would be a lot more unstable, and you would more likely fall off a ball than you would like a flat, stable plane with a solid foundation underneath it, like Scripture says. Right?
So, I mean, would you say that the world was different, like as far as the continents and their position? Like, has it always been the same?
That I'm not sure about. Yeah, I couldn't tell you that.
Just find like a way to, why is it if there's just like a flat plane and there's like this root system of huge pillars or whatever that's beneath it, do you dispute the technology that's able to like send ground penetrating radars and get a picture of what is beneath our feet, and we can determine the radius of the earth and stuff like that? And
see, the problem with you claiming we can measure the radius of the earth is that's God claims the exact opposite in his word, right?
To Job, which didn't have the capabilities that we have now, and God is changing his attitude, not necessarily saying he can't answer them, or like that humans aren't capable of answering those questions. They weren't at that time. Job definitely wasn't. So, I mean, that doesn't mean that we're never supposed to be able to determine how exactly big the earth is.
Okay, I mean, okay, I can concede to your Job argument, although I would disagree that he was just talking to Job like specifically. I think Job was the man of focus for that book, but I think generally speaking, any man couldn't do what Job could figure out. Okay, but then more clearly, he alludes to the same thing here in Jeremiah 31, 35, and 37. Okay, so let's see what he says. Thus saith the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divides the sea when the waves thereof roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. Now look, verse 36. If those ordinances, right, like of the moon, of the moon's, the heavenly luminaries, basically, which is the moon, sun, stars, and moon. Okay, let me see if I can. A little highlight here. Oh, okay, I didn't mean to do that. See, okay, so if those ordinances of the heavenly luminaries depart from before me, depart meaning like he's no longer in control of them, saith the Lord, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. Okay, but here's the kicker. Verse 37. Thus saith the Lord, if heaven above, keyword if, can be measured, and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith the Lord.
Well, I do not believe that we're able to measure how big heaven is, because I believe space is still expanding, so that's not even possible. And the foundations of the earth, nobody's been to the core or even scratched the surface of the crust of the earth. Like they haven't even got to the mantle yet. So, I mean, those things are still true.
But they told you exactly how much everything is, though.
No, I mean being able to determine the circumference of the earth, like how big it is, like, or I mean, that's partially theoretical, I would think. Anyways, it's just like a.
But they're not saying it's theoretical. They're literally, but like so-called science is telling you like exactly how much is of the Earth's circumference and everything, all the measurements and everything.
Yeah, I don't really care what their specifics are. I think that they're probably wrong on the number when they talk about the stars being billions of light years away. You know, but they probably are billions of light years away. Just because they don't have the exact math correct on it, that doesn't.
Or maybe they're just, they're getting caught up in their lies, and then their lies are being, are coming out. And if they're lying about one thing, how much, like, could it be like the whole thing is all BS if they're trying to lie to you? I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Like Joe, I mean, I really don't think God was only talking specifically to Job here, because ultimately Scripture, he wanted everyone to read it. It wasn't just for Job, right? So this is something that God knew that us even now in this modern century, 21st century, we're going to read. And he says, who hath laid the measures thereof? Like, like who has stretched the line upon it? Like, meaning, like, this stuff is only something that God knows. And so
there's other questions in there though that are perfectly attainable by people to, like, we know what it's talking about, like the springs of the seas, for instance. We know there's springs in the seas because we have these advanced tools and we can go to very deep parts of the ocean now. It's not like all of these things are unattainable. We know for a fact some of them are.
Did you see that one documentary of the lake underneath the water?
Yeah, that's trippy. Yep.
And they can't like penetrate it.
Yeah, I've seen that, Peter, and apparently the guy like died mysteriously right after that. So it's kind of sketchy as to what he was exposing there. I just Googled how much of the ocean have we explored. National Geographic says more than 80% of the ocean has never been mapped, explored, or even seen by humans. This to me lines up right with Job 38 that says, if you've entered into the springs of the sea, or have you walked in the search of the depth? You see, modern science itself is saying
we have, though. We at least 20% of it we have. So it's not like you can't say that it's not. I mean, we have done these things. We've seen springs in the seas. We've literally treaded upon the deep places of the earth, set a craft down on the bottom of it and moved around with it. You remember Titanic? You saw that movie. You know what happened. So it's not like it's not possible.
You don't think the reason why the guy died is because of what's called, like, there's a limit to the deep where there's nothing but briny water down there, and it's so thick, and they can't go down there?
Yeah, there are definitely limits, but I'm just saying, when he's talking to Job, that's just for an attitude change. He doesn't expect Job to have an answer to any of these. It's not talking to us in 2022. It's just Job. So he's able to answer, ask these questions. Job has no access to whatsoever.
Okay. I mean, wow. Look at that. I mean, do you see what I'm saying though? Can you kind of get a scale of this thing? How it's pretty.
Yeah, massive. You're not going to be able to build a map based off of that surrounding the whole world and be able to navigate anything though. you'll be shrinking or increasing the size of entire continents. You're putting them in the wrong place. There's no way that would work, which is why nobody agrees on a map with your company and those that, believe a flat earth. It's not possible to produce one. Show me a flat earth debate where one is even presented.
I mean, Chris, how else can water be contained? Because as far as I've experienced, water needs some sort of enclosure on all four sides for it to even stay. Like if I fill up my bathtub, right, to take a bath, I fill it all the way up to the top. If I take a sledgehammer and just break one side of the bathtub, all that water is going to come crashing out until it finds like the edge of my bathroom wall for it to be contained within again. So do you really think that water just somehow magically sticks to a ball, like if flying in a vacuum of space? Do you see how that kind of sounds crazy?
Well, compared to the things that you believe, I don't think it's crazy at all. It's an easy solution, which for some reason you like to hand wave it and say that what we have as an explanation for that doesn't make any sense. And I don't know why it's that difficult of a concept. Water definitely does curve. It, in fact, as Bruce Lee says, takes the shape of anything that that it's inside of. Like you put it in a glass, it's going to take the shape of a glass. So you put it in space, it's going to take the shape of a ball because it's just that's the shape that it's going to.
No, but the water on a ball is like it doesn't take the outside shape of something. Like you can't pour the water over a cup and expect the water to stick to the outside of the cup. It only takes shape of the inside of a shape, not the outside. And so with a ball, you're claiming that it takes the shape of the outside. See, that's the difference.
It's taking place on what is on the outside. Yeah, it's the water. I don't know if you know this, but if you remove all of the water in the oceans, there's dirt underneath. So you got the high places and the low places. Those low places are full of water, otherwise called basins. Just huge low places. That's how all the water is contained. If it stretches out across a huge expanse, because you got all these different, like 7 oceans or whatever, North Pacific, South Pacific, the Atlantic, and the Indian Ocean. It's like these huge oceans. The reason they're curved is because the Earth is a sphere. It's not like they don't have the capability of curving. The shape that they're taking is simply the shape of a huge place that's full of water. It's spread out. So it's like I don't see the problem here.
So do you believe this is what's happening on the Earth? Like boats can like go on top and sideways and like upside down. If you zoom out and look at what's going on the Earth, you think this is what's happening?
Upside down, I don't know what you mean.
Because if you live in a ball, it's what's called. You're gonna expect you live over here in one area, and the other side, let's say it's China, they be hanging upside down.
They're not hanging upside down. They're attracted to their center of mass at in the middle. They're not. It's like if you I don't know what's the best way to put this. Because there was like a carnival ride that you should be able to get on to where like get you spinning so fast you kind of stick to the wall, and so you're able to like crawl around and even walk on the wall sideways. And it doesn't matter which way they turn the machine, like which way it's going. It's going like up and down and sideways, but you never feel the difference because you're like just stuck and you feel that. But that's kind of why it's because gravity and momentum, inertia, centrifugal force, things like that exist to where they're not upside down. It's if they were upside, they'd be hanging from something if they was upside down. You'd have the center of mass above them if that were the case. There's nothing above us, it's all beneath us.
So you're saying? Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you agree that if you zoom in on the Earth from outer space, you would be able to see a waterfall going like this direction around this part of the Earth, and then if you zoomed in down here at the bottom, you would see a helicopter facing the ocean and land, flying upside down from your point of view. Do you agree with this?
I guess, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you
That's
see how,
sure. I mean, that's obvious conclusion. Yeah, be upside down if you're looking at it from that angle.
but you realize that they'll never be able to show anything like this because it's not reality.
You're saying that they don't produce those kinds of pictures?
Absolutely not. Not even close. They would never. They would never claim to be on the ISS, and then zoom in so far. We can see people walking upside down, buildings standing upside down, entire civilizations. The reason why they call Australia the land down under is because in relation to the normal orientation of the globe, they're down under on the bottom of the ball, and so and
yeah, I'm not sure it's possible to take that kind of a picture, because you have to have satellites and stuff. They connect with the satellites that are above to get that zoomed out view. But when it comes to getting close up shots of the Earth, you're going to need to have a satellite a lot closer than that. So you're not going to be able to zoom out or have a camera that far away to where it can zoom in that close. Then you would be able to see an image like that. But I don't think that's possible with all the atmospheric distortion and stuff going on there. That you'd be able to get a clear picture of the objects that are on the Earth from that far away.
I mean, if you go to Google Earth, if you zoom out, it's like the globe, and then if you want to zoom in, it just takes you down to ground level. So
yeah, but I don't think that's because there's a super awesome camera looking at the Earth from that far away. That's not happening. It's connected to another camera that's a lot closer.
I mean, whatever it takes, whatever you need to use, that technically should be potentially a possible thing to show, things being sideways and upside down from your point of view.
Well, I mean, you can definitely see in some of the photos, where they're it appears to be the bottom of the Earth, looking up. And so I don't know about, because once you actually begin to zoom in, it's just going to look straight up, because it's such a huge surface area, and you want to be far enough away to where you get that angle where it's upside down. I'm not sure. I really don't know. I feel like you'd have to set up an upside down camera to get an upside down view.
No.
Once you get close enough to be able to see it.
What do you mean upside down camera? You just point a camera. You can be in whatever position you want. So you can be standing straight up and just point the camera at the bottom of the ball and see what comes up. You don't have to be. I mean, I don't think the camera knows what's upside down. I mean, I'm not a photographer by any means, but I'm pretty sure if you turn the camera upside down, it still wouldn't make a difference as to what you see.
Well, because if you, I'm not sure it's possible to get that
So
quality of a zoom in. You cannot zoom in from that far away. I don't know. It's different with like astronomy. You're more detecting colors and what the star is made of to be able to tell its size and stuff. So it's like different frequencies, like on the color spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as just like zooming in on objects, you zoom in on a star, you're just going to see a dot, no matter how powerful of a telescope that you have. So there's a limit to what telescopes can do. I don't know if they're that actually advanced.
Well, apparently the James Webb Telescope could see back to like almost the origin of this universe. So,
Well, yeah, like I was saying though, that's using, spectrums or sections of a color spectrum that are not visible to our eyes requires telescopes. We like to detect those, so it's not like they're zooming in that far. Like you're just going to see a dot no matter what. You can detect stuff, elements, just based on the color of the light, and like I was saying, other sections of the color spectrum using some advanced tools in astronomy. But just getting a picture of an object, zooming in on a physical object, not trying to detect its color, trying to detect features that are on the surface of it, like humps, grooves, valleys, cracks, anything like that. That has a limit on what you can do there. So getting that far away from the Earth, zooming in that far with all the atmospheric distortion going on, I don't know. This is not an area also that I researched a ton on. I did see it brought up one time. You should be able to get a picture of people upside down, but I'm not sure if this. I don't really know what to do with it at this point.
okay, that's fine. Peter, do you have something to say?
Oh yeah, what's called? Okay, so this so-called gravity that they tell us that exists, so we can't feel it, but it's supposed to keep us on this earth, right?
Yeah, we can feel it.
Okay. Okay, so if it's supposed to be this, powerful force keeping us down on this earth, on this ball spinning, does birds and everything else that fly can defy gravity?
Yeah, if you have if you can overcome the force of gravity, you can get something to generate greater force than gravity. Yeah, obviously, you'd be able to overcome it. You can defeat gravity, if you will. It's not like it's something that we can't overcome. It's just something that exists that normally works to hold things down.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can see your argument there for like a greater force than gravity being exerted from the Earth to to fly or go up in the air. But that the argument fails when you have something as simple as a helium balloon that has no inherent physical force of like some sort of like energy output of a form of like acceleration. Yet what we experience is that the helium balloon goes straight up into the air.
Well, it's a gas. It's gonna elevate. That's what gases do. They rise. Like heat itself just naturally rises with the air.
But
I don't know exactly. I'm not like an expert on why exactly that happens, but it's a natural thing.
But okay, I understand that, but the problem is the balloon is not a gas, Chris. Like if I just got a if I just got a balloon, like out of the package, and I didn't fill it up with any air at all, that thing's gonna drop straight down to the floor. And in fact, if I fill it up with just normal air, like the common atmospheric air that we all breathe, it's also gonna drop straight down to the floor. but somehow when I fill it with either hydrogen or helium, it goes straight up and doesn't seem to stop.
Well, because those gases rise, whereas normal like air doesn't rise like that. It's
What?
not going to create enough force to rise the aluminum capsule, okay, or anything else. If you take a hot air balloon, you have to add a lot of heat to get that thing lifted off. So same thing with helium. You add enough helium, it will just the fact that the molecules want to rise, the gas wants to rise. Well, collectively, it can rise a lot farther than just each individual molecule. One little molecule trying to rise in the air is not going to lift an entire balloon. That's why you got to fill it full of it. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, heat in a hot air balloon is fundamentally different than helium because there's no sort of heat associated with helium. It's just a gas.
It naturally rises, though. It's like one of the lightest gases there is. That's why it's going to rise.
What? Yeah. Why does it rise? Because it's light. Right?
Well, yeah, I'm not exactly sure on that. Do you have some kind of a theory on why it would rise?
Yeah, because it's simply less dense in relation to the density of the air around it. That's it. It's that simple.
Okay, well that doesn't disprove gravity.
No, it does though, because the reason why things rise and fall can be simply explained by the physics of relative density, like we see here in this experiment. This is a 100-pound anvil that you're going to see is going to float in a tub of mercury. This thing looks pretty dense and heavy, but the fact is when you put it in a tub of mercury, the reason why it floats is because it's the anvil, despite how heavy it is and how dense it is, in relation to the mercury that it's surrounded by, it's still less dense. And so this is the reason why it floats.
Yeah, but it naturally does want to fall. If the mercury wasn't in the way, it would be going straight to the ground.
Because of density, not
That's because gravity, though.
No, it's because of the density.
No.
I mean, by you saying it naturally wants to fall, that's because you have this idea of the normal density that most experiments work in, which is the air that surrounds us. That's like the common fundamental base.
Well, I'm telling you right now, if we weren't standing on a massive rock called planet Earth, this experiment wouldn't be possible. Nothing would be happening right now. You would have a tub of mercury, and then nothing would be happening. Like there wouldn't be you wouldn't see that thing coming up and floating and bobbing like that, because there would be, when you lifted up the anvil, you wouldn't even have to exert any pressure to get it off of the ground if there wasn't a ground to stand on. What do you think is happening here? Let's just assume that there was no earth beneath us, and then we had two rocks. They're not gonna come together. You think what? I'm not sure I understand your model there, because if things are falling down, you have to have a logical explanation.
Yeah, the air around us is the fundamental base layer of which experiments can be tested on. And so therefore, given the density of the air around us, anything more dense than that will fall, and anything more or anything less dense is going to rise. But then when you come to a situation of liquids, it's going to depend on the liquid as opposed to the air, which is why this thing in water would sink. But then if you put an apple in the water, it's going to float, because now we're relating it to the medium of water as opposed to the air. But it all comes down to density and buoyancy.
Well, that'd be the case if it's like if you get the same reaction without, you'd have to remove the massive platform that is beneath us and then do your experiment and see what happens, because it's not going to be what you're expecting. It's going to be like what you see on those NASA videos where shit starts floating around, and that's exactly what you're going to see, because there ain't nothing out there beyond what we're standing on. There's a vacuum, and it doesn't have anything that will attract any, regardless of your density or weight. Nothing's going to happen out there. You'll just be like floating. You'll just be falling, but without the air to like resist you. So no air friction. You're just like.
But there's videos of NASA where they're floating in their little shuttle thing, and he's holding an object, and while he's floating in so-called gravity, the item drops out of his hand. What is that?
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about NASA bloopers. It's another subject.
No more, but they're saying that's space, but they're fucking up with that stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure if you take a pound, of a pound of bricks, 100 pound of bricks, and then you take 100 pound of feathers, drop them in a vacuum which doesn't have any air to resist it, they will fall at the exact same speed. That is evidence of gravity, not like density. It's like they're the same weight, so they will fall at the same speed.
Okay. I'm glad you mentioned vacuum, and I'm not sure if I asked you this before, but the way I know what how air physics, the physics of gas pressure works, is that a high pressure system will always move to a lower pressure air, right? Like say for example, you had one room with high pressure, and then next to it was a room with lower pressure. If you just drilled a hole in the wall where they were being connected, the air molecules from the high pressure room would move over to the low pressure room due to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and just the physics of or the law of equilibrium. But would you agree, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay. But the problem is how. Oh, and then for another experiment, if I'm in my apartment now, say the guy above me somehow pumped all the air out of his apartment and like created it to be a vacuum chamber. If I drilled a hole in my ceiling, all the air would rush into his vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
Because of the things I just talked about. You would also agree?
Yep.
Okay. But see, now my question is, how does the Earth have any sort of atmospheric pressure next to the vacuum of space around it? Because there's no solid barrier that I know of that would keep all the air in and prevent it from escaping to the vacuum, which is a much, much lower pressure system than what the Earth's atmosphere has.
Well, the Earth's atmosphere has several layers to it, which keeps that stuff in. It's made of different molecules and stuff like that. Different kinds of gases, which they rise and fall. They have, different density and stuff. It's what establishes them into layers. The magnetic field, the ozone, are two of the probably most powerful forces that kind of keep everything inside.
So you think there's a different mechanism by which air pressure can be achieved on a global scale that cannot be achieved on a more local scale by which we can experiment?
Well, I'm not sure, because there's an aspect of no gravity like outside of the atmosphere, so it's like you have that boundary there, which you kind of can't simulate, I don't think, on the Earth. Being on the Earth, there's a lot of gravity underneath you, so that's a little tricky. If you could somehow get out in space, though, I believe that, yeah, you could probably demonstrate this. Maybe it already has been demonstrated. You can get several gases together and see if they naturally sort themselves out into layers, and if they do, that's probably good evidence that the Earth's atmosphere is settled into layers and is able to containing other gases inside of it.
It's funny you should mention that, because as you know, if gravity is real, it would actually be the strongest here on the Earth's on the level of the Earth's surface where we live. The gravity would only get weaker and weaker as you go up. And so my point is, if the Earth's gravitational pull, which would be stronger down here on the surface, could not prevent the air from my room being sucked up into the vacuum chamber above me, if there was some kind of hole, drilled between the two, then how could the same gravity not how do I say it? Like, how does that same gravity prevent the Earth's atmospheric pressure from going into the vacuum of space that's right above it?
Well, there's no opposite effect to gravity where it's like everything that's being, there's not like a resistance, like where you push something down with gravity and then it pulls something up somewhere else. It's not like, because most of the gravity is where the Earth is, it's pulling everything down. That's not going to repel all the air outside of it, like as a counter effect or something. So what are you talking about?
All right, well, let's see. I asked you at first because some guy asked a college professor and apparently a PhD in astrophysicist PhD, and I want you to hear what they have to say about it.
So it's true to say.
Wait.
You can't have gas pressure in the midst of a vacuum without a solid container.
Yes. Yes, you're right. So if you have gas, it would expand into the vacuum. Absolutely.
So do you know of any demonstration?
So this is a college professor, probably in astrophysics. He just said, if you have a gas, it will expand into a vacuum. Let me see. Let me put this.
If you have gas, it would expand into the vacuum. Absolutely.
So do you know of any demonstrations of gas pressure in the middle of a vacuum without a solid barrier between the two?
No. The fact that planets move around.
Yeah. So he just said no. There's no such experiment that he knows of where a gas can exist in the middle or midst of a vacuum without a solid barrier.
Okay,
No.
but where in this video is he going to be asked how, the Earth and the atmosphere is contained if there's no solid structure? Does he get asked that specific question and address it, or is
Yes, he
his
does.
words being taken out of context here?
No. Yes, he does. It's only a 2-minute video, so it's towards the end. I'll play it.
lots of evidence.
So I meant experimental evidence. So
That's experiment.
what's the independent variable in that experiment?
Okay, I mean, you can drop things in the vacuum.
Talking about an ideal gas expanding against a vacuum.
The vacuum is there's a zero medium, so everything's
You can
equally more dense.
drop objects.
Talking about an ideal gas expanding against a vacuum.
You just take a room, evacuate the air, and drop things, and then they all fall the same.
Gas expanding against a vacuum.
Is that demonstrable?
I'm not sure.
Let's say if I pressurized shoebox inside of a vacuum, I poke a hole inside that shoebox. Is there any way to demonstrate air not going into the vacuum and staying inside the box?
I don't think so. As you said, I think you're absolutely right. If you poke a hole, it will go. I can't.
The second law of thermodynamics stipulates that you can't have a gas pressure system in the midst of a vacuum. Like a high pressure always goes to low pressure.
Yes, that's true. So it has pressure, and it just
goes out into the vacuum.
Yeah, I think people that first encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from flat earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah.
Just because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container? Nothing. Danny Faulkner, PhD astrophysicist.
Why doesn't Earth's gravity hold the air inside of the shoebox, which is in the midst of a vacuum?
Because the gas has pressure. So it has pressure, and it just
goes out into the vacuum.
Sorry, I need to go.
All right.
I don't know, man. Maybe ask a meteorologist and they will give you the specifics on what you need to know there. They study the weather. They know the atmosphere very well. It's not, not just the fact that you can name them, each layer, you can identify what they're made of, measure them.
You can see the stars.
Okay. Could do that.
All the time you can see the stars. Which is the cool thing.
And okay, and Chris, remember last time I asked you, like something about or you said the center of God's attention is here on the earth, despite it being like this vast, infinite universe. And I asked you why would He create such a thing? And then you said something to the effect of like, well, it tells me like I should respect His power, like to how He can do something like that, something to that effect, right, Chris?
Yeah, the Bible says, Solomon said that the heaven of heavens could not contain God. How much more this house that I will build Him? So God is a very big God.
True, and in fact, I have a flat Earth model with that exact same verse. If I can freaking find it, here it is. Oh no, hold on. Here it is. You're talking about 1 Kings 8:27. But will God indeed dwell on earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less the house which I have built? Amen. So that's true, Chris. But how about if I showed you, the people that are mostly responsible for the idea of a heliocentric model and giving us the updates for the science of it, at least in modern times, as scientists and as science communicators for us. How about if I gave you, their perspective on what they think the significance of it is, right? Okay, let me see. Let me go back here. I have two things in mind. Let me play this one first.
Tell me, this is the Cassini spacecraft.
Oh, you don't miss anything. That's cool.
What am I looking
Oh, yeah, yeah.
at?
So this is not dust here. This is Earth seen through the rings of Saturn. Earth. This is Earth This is Earth. Earth. Earth.
Okay, so that was just one quick video. To me, he's like making the Earth seem like a small speck of dust, even though it's like this gigantic planet that we all know of. That's absolutely amazing. Like where you can like go to places like this, right? Like he's making all this just be amount to like a small speck of dust in relation to the vastness of the universe. Okay, but okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can go with that for now. But this is the video I really want to play here. I had it up already here. Okay, so let's see what he truly thinks about this.
Disrupt your sense of self-importance.
I need a bigger moon. What is cosmic perspective in your?
Well, you are simply a dark anaerobic vessel of fecal matter.
Like the Bible says we're men created in the image of God. But Conan O'Brien asked him, what is the cosmic perspective? And he dwindled us down to dark anaerobic vessels of fecal matter. Okay, so
You're a dark anaerobic vessel of fecal matter.
I never thought of you as a dark.
I hate this smile right here, dude. Like, is this? I mean, come on. I know. Peter agrees. Is this face not punchable right here? I mean, look how punch. This face is so punchable right now. Anyway, let's keep.
Body of fecal matter.
That's the lousiest thing anyone said to me in a while.
In a while. Okay. That's a biological cosmic perspective.
Yeah.
Really?
The molecules in your
Microbes
body
are getting you. You see that?
They're attacking back.
Your body's getting you.
So that moon isn't big enough for me. You are a vessel of fecal matter.
Right.
You are so high right now.
I hate this guy, dude. Oh my god. His face is satanic.
It's very beautiful, but there's a real beauty to all of it.
Yeah, well, there's a
beauty to all of it.
Yeah, the universe.
Oh, anyway, I won't push you to that laugh track again. So, yeah, I hope you can see what I'm trying to say, trying to show you there. Like, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's worldwide on a general level, you know, known as one of the top authorities of all things astrophysics and science dealing with that field. In fact, he's so well known. He has a book called Astrophysics for Those in a Hurry, and he was the one that took over Carl Sagan's show, Cosmos, which is by far the most popular astrophysics show, you know, in history. Okay, so that's whatever we might think about him. I'm just telling you that's how he's like you know, that's the impression of him generally speaking on a worldwide level. That's who this guy is. Okay.
Well, yeah, I think if there was a flat earth and that was connected to the God of the Bible, that was actually true, that'd be a great way to win people over to the Lord and convince them that, you know, like God really is real. It's just that he hasn't set it up that way, I don't believe. I think that it's, you know, the shape of the earth is irrelevant to anything that Neil deGrasse Tyson believes and we believe as Christians. That's that's not the dividing issue. That's not where people are going to be like saved and brought to an understanding. They need to be saved to begin to walk with God. Flat Earth, that's like more of a secondary issue, which it's like seems like I've repeated a few times, but I'll say it anyway. It's like a non-issue. It's like it's just a shape, and that'd be great because if you could prove that was real, yeah, like obviously that's a great testimony to anybody.
Well, if you remember, that's my testimony, and this video here, along with the 20 others in this playlist. The name of it is Flat Earth Testimonies. Okay, and it's a bunch of like different YouTube comments of people giving their testimony as to how the Flat Earth revelation was a direct result of them coming to the faith, whether if they were atheists to begin with, or if they were a Christian or some sort of believer in a God. It strengthened their faith to know which God is the true one, and which faith is the correct one. Because we know there's things like Islam and Judaism, Buddhism, all that stuff. Okay, but let me, before I go here, let me play just one more, and it's a shorter clip by who is this? This is Lawrence Krauss. Okay, let's hear what he has to say about this.
About physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today. Okay? And anyway, about physics.
So you see just absolutely how blasphemous that was. This guy said, we are stardust. The Bible clearly says that we were made out of the dirt of the earth, and spirit, like how Adam was formed out of the dust of the earth. So instead of saying earth dust, if you will, he said we're made out of stardust. Okay. And then he said the stars were kind enough, as if they're sentient beings, which actually on the flat earth model, they might be some kind of angels. But of course he doesn't think that. He thinks they're just burning balls of gas in a vacuum. He said they were kind enough to explode and for us to ultimately exist. And then he said to forget Jesus because it's the stars that died for us. You see, and Lawrence Krauss, he's also one of the not a pioneer, but he's one of the top authorities of astrophysics and the generally the field of space. So these same people who are giving us the heliocentric model, these are the kind of things that they're kind of messages that they're putting behind it. It's more than just a cosmology. It's the implications they're making about it. You know what I mean? And it doesn't stop with those two. It's a lot more than that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't disagree that there's an agenda to make us feel insignificant, like God doesn't exist. Doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the earth, though. I don't see why it would, because it's not like people are starting out, believing a flat earth, and then they're taught all their lives to believe a flat earth, and then the government has to come along and try to convince them that it's a globe, so that they convince them that God doesn't exist. It's like they already have the children. Like, if it is conspiracy, well, then they already have everybody believing it's a globe, and that is still not convincing them to reject God, because most people in the world are still religious. Their conspiracy, like, it doesn't work. So there's no motive after you find out the conspiracy doesn't work. Why would everybody still be upholding it if it's not working? atheism is working, but on a small scale.
Yeah, but how much more would it be if people knew the firmament was there, though, in God's creation?
Yeah, atheism would be totally dead. It wouldn't even exist.
I think that you'd have the Hindu religion or some other crazy religion really thriving at that point, you know. The God of the Bible is not the only God that becomes available once everybody figures out that there's an entirely different shape to the earth. The Big Bang Theory is going to be overturned, and a whole lot of things are going to change. It's definitely not going to shift the majority of people towards the Bible. It's going to do the opposite.
Actually, if you actually look at the other so-called flat Earth models from these other so-called religions, they don't match with what the Bible says.
It doesn't matter if they don't match what the Bible says. It's going to match what they believe when everybody finds out it's flat. If that were to ever happen, it would confirm their religions.
Not if they're...
Doesn't matter if they're wrong according to you, they're right according to their own text.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, so that reminds me. I called in. Chris, are you familiar with Doug from Pine Creek?
No.
Okay, it's this guy here. You see his channel is called Pine Creek. Okay, and his name is Doug. Okay. You can see the segment here is called Flat Earther Robel Calls In. That's me, okay? So this is my first time I called into a show. And this right here is one example that can be extrapolated to other atheists. Oh yeah, he's atheist, by the way. Like this whole channel is like, it's like an atheist channel, but somehow he's like obsessed with the idea of God, which is why he calls episodes like this Theist Thursdays. Okay, and like, why are you so needy? Okay, but this guy is known as an atheist. All right, so I called in, and let's just hear without even me saying. Let's hear what he has to say. Hold on, I got this timestamp, but let me go back a little further if I can find something else. Hold on.
Architect or no builder or construction.
No.
I think your reason is, or what? Okay, I just remembered
Here we go.
a very big rebuttal, for the design, concept, or for denying it is actually they will allude to the concept of our universe being so vast, like vastly, like infinite, and what's the word? Just like
Yeah.
gigantic. That because our Earth, like the plane of existence that we know about and that we have it right now, in relation to like this infinite, universe of space, is like, we feel like a tiny speck of dust. That's what makes them feel like we're just like some kind of cosmic accident in the big.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
in relation to,
Yeah. That's pretty good. That's close. But would you agree that I answered your questions very?
So I was telling him why I think atheists make the claim that there's no God, and I said what I said because I've literally heard atheists, especially when they talk to this one guy called what's his name? Oh, his name is Cliff, and he has his own YouTube channel. He does apologetics on campus universities, and when he's talking to students, like almost not always, but like I've noticed that there's a very big pattern of the students that he talks to that claim to be atheists. They will always go back to the universe being so big, and so because of that we just happen to pop up by an act of probability, like the earth being so, the universe being so big, they're just, the Earth just happened to be in like the perfect quote Goldilocks situation for life to inhabit. You know, and so that's what they always allude to. Yeah, this is the channel I'm talking about. Here, I don't know if you know this guy, Cliff Nechtel and Stewart. So he'll go on universities. I don't know if I can find one. That was like, yeah.
You see,
But see, like, look, like there's a bunch of, he goes to universities and there a bunch of people talk to him. And more recently, like those are the older ones, but recently he kind of does this kind of style where people are just like around him like this, as opposed to like one-on-one. And I'm telling you, Chris, like I've seen so many of these videos, and one of these people will be an atheist, and almost always they'll just bring up the idea that the universe is just so big and unfathomable that that's the reason why they don't believe a God exists, because we just happen to be just a random, like a lucky accident of sort that just happened to work out for life to inhabit this earth. Okay, you just have to trust me on this, because I don't have a video or timestamp pulled up for you to prove that, but I'm just telling you that is what happens here. Okay. But let me go back to what I want to show you now as an example of how this can happen. Okay, so let me go to
quickly and direct.
I don't.
Oh, hold on.
You care to
What
explain?
percentage of the universe can life?
Okay, here's the kicker. Watch this. Listen closely.
Do you care to explain?
What percentage of the universe can life inhabit?
See, he has no idea of my cosmological view, so this is why he's asking me this. And I kind of play dumb here, and I say, or actually, hold on.
100%, because you have a false, unfortunately, indoctrinated and brainwashed idea of our cosmology.
Oh.
Yep, you heard it right.
Oh.
That's right, Pine Creek. Wake up, wakey, wakey. Time to wake up, buddy.
So you're a flat earther? Dome?
I'm a man created in the image of God. I think the term flat earther has been weaponized to immediately turn off people from the idea. So I don't identify as that, no.
So if you and I were to get in a hot air balloon, and let's say we just started going up, how far up would we go before we would stop?
I'm really not sure. I think I had an idea before.
Let's say we had a very powerful rocket system, and we went straight up. Is there a limit to how far we could go, or would?
Yes, there would be. Yes, there would. Like the one of the most famous experiments done. It was out in the desert in Arizona, I believe. It's known as the Go Fast rocket experiment.
It
was a group.
That guy, he died, right?
No, wait a minute. You mean the guy who sent himself up in the air? No, that's not what I'm talking about, Doug. Not at all. No, I'm talking about a group of amateur scientists that made a rocket that, you know, just by itself is not for anyone to be in and ride. Okay, they sent it up. It got to like Mach 3 or 5 speeds, whatever that is in miles per hour. And I forget the distance that they measured that it reached before it just stopped on a dime. But it did. I am forgetting.
Okay, hey, Robo, I'm going to just say something that's going to shock you, and it's probably going to shock my live stream audience, but I respect you, and here's why. If you're right in your cosmology, I think I have to become a theist.
Yeah, Doug, I thank you for being honest about that. You have no idea how many people have turned from just the most hardcore atheism to, you can say, Bible thumpers because of the quote flat Earth revelation. I wasn't one of them. I always believed in God just because of the whole design logic thing. But I had no idea the Bible was the true word of God until I came across the true cosmology of our Earth and universe just 2 years ago now.
Yeah. Now let me be clear. I think your cosmology is wrong, but if it's true that we basically live on a dish and there's a dome and we got like the something below, Hades below or whatever, and And if we got in a rocket ship and we could only go maybe 10 miles up and then we'd hit like a heaven dome or something, if that's all true, I think I have to believe in God.
You have to. Yeah. Absolutely. You're right. Yeah.
But I don't think it's
There's
true.
You can think whatever you want, but good thing your opinions, thoughts, and beliefs don't change reality.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. But do you honestly think that everybody at NASA is like this? This is a pretty huge conspiracy.
Yeah. So I don't have to play the whole thing, but I'm on there for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that majority, if not all of humanity would convert to theism. That does not mean that they're going to be following the God of the Bible, though. In most cases, it will be the opposite.
Which God would they follow then?
Any God but the Bible, because they don't like him. So they're going to run to any other alternative that they can find. That's what Jesus said, not me.
Okay, but believing in a God in the first place is probably a good start, as opposed to like not believing in one at all.
No, either one of them could be highly dangerous. Even claiming to believe in Jesus is very wicked if you have the wrong gospel.
If you can actually make people believe that the whole devil and Satan thing is not even real in general, both God and the devil, then that can deceive a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying a global conversion to theism it probably wouldn't help the situation. But I'm pretty sure it'd make it a lot worse, because that will eventually happen. People will convert to theism on a global scale, but they won't be worshiping Jesus. It'll be the Antichrist.
Okay. I mean, I think you're making quite a rash assumption there, because as far as all the testimonies I've seen, and then especially actually the fact is, when you do your research for the flat Earth, most of these people who have put out the documentaries and done the research themselves for other people to learn and watch about, it's pretty much always, like 100% of the time, related right back to the Bible. I don't know about you, Peter, or you, Chris, because I know you've done some research into this. I've never, not once, seen flat Earth being related to any other religion except Christianity and the Bible. None. All the documentaries, all the people that talk about it, they always lead you back to the Bible. So
I mean, I gotta say again though that like that would be a great witness and testimony to use against people if it were true, but it's not that easy. Not even true, actually. So it's unfortunate, but yeah.
I mean, look what this first testimony is.
And there's another problem with the flat earthers. You think that your videos are evidence. It's ridiculous.
Wait, this video?
Any video. Some guy talking and making a claim. That is not evidence of anything. Observable fact that you can repeat in a laboratory in an experiment and get the same results. That's science. It's like a bunch of videos. A lot of their opening statements in these debates are like videos that they play of a rap song, for crying out loud. Like, that's your opening statement, a damn rap song or some video about some guy. It's like, why is this? How's this evidence of anything?
Okay, I mean, that's fine. But no, I just wanted to show you like what this first guy said.
Into God and to light of truth. I was an atheist. I am no longer a tool of satanic belief. I feel shame for being blind for so long. I am a God-fearing man and believe the Bible to be truth. Flat Earth is the most beautiful truth I ever felt. I finally feel human and truly feel I'm on the right path for the first time in my life.
Okay, that's one testimony.
Now every day I
Yes.
listen not to. I was a staunch atheist for 15 years, 100% into scientism before Flat Earth. I read the Bible again and read the Book of Enoch. Now every day I listen, read, or watch anything about the Earth and about the Bible. I was raised Christian and even went to Christian school and even played in the church. Awesome. Has Flat Earth brought me closer to God? Yes, literally. He's right up there. He's not somewhere far away past the galaxies, black holes, and brown dwarfs. He's right there. The Earth is really his footstool. I'm just so happy knowing that, and I'm comforted by it too. Of Enoch, it describes the true history of our world, and the satanic elite are trying to cover up the truth with their deceptions.
Oh wait.
Since
The beginning.
Flat Earth made me 100% a Christian and a believer in the Bible. I've since discovered that everything that is in the Bible is literally true. From Genesis to the Book of Enoch, it describes the true history of our world, and the satanic elite are trying to cover up the truth with their deceptions. And I'll pray every night and thank God for revealing the truth to me.
Yeah. So that's all.
Well, I can already tell you that's not like the Holy Spirit talking, because there's no scientific evidence for it. There's nothing in the Bible that says the Earth is round, and the Book of Enoch is total trash.
Okay. I mean, okay.
This is not the Holy Spirit talking. It's like no different than a Pentecostal rolling around on the floor, barking like a dog. This is the devil. It's demonic.
How? It's not.
All right.
Yeah, it is. And if you believe in this flat earth, I'm telling you right now, I don't know which it is, but you're stupid, wicked, or you're both.
What?
Hey man. All right, hold on. Let me just play this quick 1 minute clip. These are all brothers in Christ. They all believe in the Bible, but let's hear what they have to say. It's just 1 minute.
That it's literally laughable is the doctrine of accommodation, which is about biblical cosmology being what the Bible describes, but the doctrine of accommodation says that, oh, well, that's just what they believed back then, and God had to explain it to them in terms that they would understand. But now that we have modern science and NASA, we know better. And therefore, God was just accommodating to their ignorance. And I'm sitting there going, how ridiculously on the nose is that term? Because it's like all bad doctrines are doctrines of accommodation, that you're accommodating to acquiesce to an unscriptural argument brought against the truth. Yep. And then you accommodate to that unscriptural argument in order to create this variant belief. And it's like, and then when it specifically comes to the biggest belief encapsulated within the creation model, which is where the Father is above us, like.
Okay, and then just one more. It's like from the same podcast, like 30 seconds. Wait. Oh, okay, here it is.
You really can't obey God's law, no matter what you do. It's just all filthy rags, you know. Yep. It doesn't matter, and that's just not true. That's not true. When you obey Yahweh,
oh wait, this is not what I was
talking precious time as to it. I've really enjoyed listening to you.
Oh, I don't think I have it recorded, or I didn't put it down. Oh well. Anyway, so yeah, he called, you know, trying to fit a heliocentric model into biblical cosmology, quote, doctrine of accommodation. You know, so that's that. But I just want to play these other 3 clips. They're all quick. This is Michio Kaku. He's one of the world's most renowned theoretical and quantum physicists.
Einstein's theory is proven to be wrong. The whole theory is wrong.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Whoops. So he said in his field, nobody actually used the scientific method of experimentation and observation. So that was interesting.
Kabbalah, and when I first made the correlations between Kabbalah and science, I was stunned.
We do know that Isaac Newton had access to certain mystical texts, certain texts of the Kabbalah.
Well, the Kabbalistic description of creation is coming from a single little point, from a speck, and of having matter form and time and space form all together at the very beginning. This sounds very much to me like the description of the Big Bang.
I couldn't believe that the Kabbalists could derive these truths without really knowing any mathematics or physics.
It is certainly true that in string theory, the number 10 is the dimension of space-time for supersymmetrical string theories, and 26 for bosonic string theories stand out as a requirement of the mathematics.
All the things that could destroy string theory, all the things that do destroy every rival theory to string theory, they are all eliminated in precisely 10 and 26 dimensions. These dimensions are magic. We physicists don't know where these dimensions come from.
The Zohar says those things. It could have been a lucky guess. I don't know.
They knew things about the universe that took us till now to discover.
It's rather amazing, this uncanny reflection of some of the most advanced cosmology coming from our satellites, coming from our atom smashers, coming from our blackboards, that are mirrored in the Zohar and ancient Kabbalistic texts.
When I first made the correlation.
Yeah, so I played that video because these people that tell us the Earth is a globe in space, they're claiming that what science shows them, the Kabbalistic texts and the Zohar, that it reflects the same reality. And I don't know if you know anything about the Kabbalah, Chris, but it's a pretty wicked, heinous, and evil, downright satanic text. And they're saying that cosmology, the heliocentric cosmology, is directly related to that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm gonna have to disagree with their view on it. It's like, I'm gonna agree though with most of the things that any of those guys say, but where it disagrees with the Bible, that's where I will question. And if I find good observation to back up the Bible, obviously I'm gonna accept it. I'm gonna accept the Bible either way though. So nothing inherent like in the Bible is saying that the Earth is a globe. It's just saying that he made it. And the age is really more important, I think, in trying to convince people rather than focusing on the shape. I try to just convince them that creation, and the dinosaurs and man, that they always lived together. There was a flood, things like that, which is powerful enough to convince most people. The flat Earth, it seems to be like a challenge to convince the majority or anybody really. And it's really off-putting. And that's because I think it's a cult.
Well, I mean, if they lied about the age of the Earth, don't you think they lied about the whole thing?
No, because those other things can be tested to be actually true. So there's a difference there.
Right. I just had one. I forget what this one says. I just want to see what he said.
There is a crisis in cosmology. Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, so this guy literally just admitted that that in the field of cosmology, their science is off by a factor of 10 to the 120th degree.
Well, yeah, and that's the glaring contradiction. You shouldn't claim that you know everything about the universe if you're open about stuff like that. They like to leave a giant gray area so that they can make new discoveries and get the respect and the fame or whatever that would come with that. But then when it comes to God, they don't want to explore that gray area and that mystery. We definitely agree there's an agenda to push out God. There's why though the shape of the earth. That's the fact that it's so hard to. Do you think that that's a major element that God expects us to actually be using to try to convince people that he's real, is that we should go around as flat earthers and evangelize all of that, as difficult as it is to even begin to get someone to even question these things?
Well, no, but it's just a thing that, we're talking as brother to brother,
Yeah, it's
and
just,
yeah.
yeah, I see that. You guys are saying though that it's like it's such a powerful witness that the New World Order, the Illuminati, has chosen to cover it up.
Well, I mean, like, it just showed, because, like, it just showed proof of God's creation. That's it.
And his physical proximity to us as well.
That's true.
Because the idea of space completely takes the very physical and tangible reality of God literally sitting in his throne in heaven above us. But when you have people,
why didn't Jesus? My question is, why not emphasize that more in the Bible if it's a major part of the New World Order? Getting everybody to disbelieve God. Why didn't Jesus spend a lot of time on a flat Earth? He virtually spent 0 sermons or talking points on it.
I mean, it should have been point blank to Genesis.
Yeah, okay, I could see where you're coming from there too. It's already been discussed in detail, so we're not going to bring it up again. But nonetheless, it doesn't seem a big issue anywhere else in the Bible either.
yeah, and I would argue everyone back then knew exactly where they lived. Ancient Hebrew cosmology knew that they lived on a plane, a stationary plane, enclosed in a firmament. I think everybody knew that, so there was no reason for him.
You're saying everybody, but you're actually being selective. If you want to look at actual history, a lot of them have maps and stuff that they drew up that are strikingly similar to the globe map.
Not from the models I've seen.
That's what I'm talking about. Selective. See, that's what flat earthers have, is selective skepticism. They want to be skeptic of this, but not of that. You trust NASA on certain things, and I had that same deal. I'd sort of have selective skepticism, but it's on a much smaller scale. There's an agenda to remove God, but you find that in the details, in the small print of the science books and the political agenda.
Right.
It's not like, I just think it's too big of a conspiracy. Too big.
It is, yeah, it is very big. I'm with you there. In fact, I think it's the biggest conspiracy ever perpetrated on humankind in history. So it is a big thing to wrap your head around. But remember how you mentioned it's demonic, the flat Earth thing. But if that's true, then why is the number 666 associated with all the mathematical equations of the globe?
What is it now?
Yeah, like the Earth's speed of revolution around the sun apparently is 66,600 miles per hour. The curvature of the Earth is 0.66 feet per mile squared, and the tilt of the Earth on its axis is 66.6 degrees. And then there's more. The Earth's circumference is 600 times 6 times 6 nautical miles. The speed of sound is 666 knots per second. The force of gravity on Earth is 666 newtons. The distance to the moon is 6 times 60 times 666. Diameter of the moon, 6 times 6 times 60. From Mercury,
Yeah. I don't know about all of this, man. This is kind of like when people try to take 666 and apply it to all these different kinds of things, which it could be yeah, that's what I'm saying, a pure coincidence. You want to select all of these things.
Well, I mean, like it's like little hints and clues, like how Santa Claus is actually Satan.
Yeah, if you know anything about the occult and secret societies, you realize that they work through symbolism. That's their main form of communication, and it's actually as a direct refutation to how God confounded the languages of the Tower of Babel. They realized even though he did that, they can speak in symbolism, like as if it's like one language that everyone can understand. You know, because it's symbolism. It's not actual language. You know, and so this.
I mean, because just look at it, man. The first one there is the sun is like 66.6 degrees. The Earth's orbit 66.600,000. Oh man, it's another one of those things where you got to look at it and you got to investigate it all, make sure it's all true.
It's like what's called
How far do you have to go to the end of the flat Earth, to find out that it's true? Why do you have to spend your whole life on it? Because there's no way that I'm going to be convinced of it unless I literally spend. And if I want to dedicate 2 years, I might as well just choose to convert to it. If I'm not doing that, I don't even feel comfortable doing it. I think it's a total lie, probably from the pit of hell, just to get Christians distracted on the real, actual goal they should be focusing on.
I'm not focusing on the flat Earth. I just know the flat Earth is the Earth is flat, but it's not like I'm obsessed 24/7. It's just something that I understand.
Yeah, and like I said, I would have never accepted Christ as my savior and repented of my sins, and even be blessed with the Holy Spirit, unless it was a result of me realizing truly where we live, the cosmology of our universe. And many other people share that exact same testimony. So if it truly is a deception out of hell, that's satanic. I mean, it's the worst deception there is.
Well, yeah. Now you're claiming that you got saved as a result of the flat Earth. That I do not believe. Can say that that's true. That's not what happened. Whatever.
We're not. What's called? He's not saying that. He's saying that it was evidence of proof of God.
Yeah.
It proved to me the Bible was true.
Yeah.
Flat Earth didn't save me directly. It led me to being saved. It was like the what do you call it? I forget the word. The catalyst. It was a catalyst for me to accepting the Bible as true, of which Christ is in the Bible, and he's known as the Savior of the world. Yeah. And this you can say is totally my own bad interpretation, but I personally believe that the book of Obadiah, chapter 1, the only chapter, it may be some sort of prophecy of the the fake space programs. Okay, and if you disagree, I'm not going to fight you on it, because this is harder. This is more due to interpretation. So he says, this is the vision of Obadiah, an ambassador is sent among the heathen. I have made thee small among the heathen, you are greatly despised. The pride of thine heart has deceived thee, that thou dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, who saith in the heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Okay, and this verse right here, verse 4, I believe to be God's prophecy of people who are gonna do a space program to deceive mankind. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence I will bring thee down, saith the Lord. So to me personally, this seems like, because you mentioned earlier, why didn't Jesus talk about this? I believe, at least in a small part, the prophecy of Esau. This book is about Esau and the Edomites, who God says he hates. They were a big part of setting up the space program, of which I think verse 4 is a prophecy of.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah, setting up a space program. This is where the flat earth is deterring you from coming to correct conclusions on the scriptures. It's a distraction.
Yeah, that's fine. So do you think New Jerusalem is going to be like an actual physical city that's going to descend out of heaven?
Yeah.
So you believe something like, I should type in new.
Hey guys, I'm about to get off soon. It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
All right then, Peter.
All right, man.
We'll see you next time. I don't know what our next debate will be on. We should definitely have one though.
All right, man. All right, see you
All
guys.
right, Peter. See you, bro.
Peace.
Yeah, I won't be on too much longer. I woke up late, so that's why I'm still up. But okay, you do believe something like this will descend out of heaven, like John sees in Revelation 21?
Yeah.
Okay, but somehow you think that's gonna come land on the earth, like
A sphere? Yeah, I think that's possible.
Like it's gonna somehow like come through space and just like catch the earth while it's moving, just like land on it.
Well, no, because the Earth's atmosphere will no longer exist. It will basically be dissolved in order to bring the third heaven and this first heaven kind of together, unite them. It's kind of the idea.
But isn't the earth still going to be going through this kind of movement?
At that point, no, because the sun and the stars will no longer exist. Probably not.
Okay, that I'm not. Well, that I disagree with. This the sun and moon will still exist because we see in Isaiah 66 that everyone will come worship him on a new moon. Verse 23, it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, of which the Sabbaths are counted by days, and days are counted by, the times the sun goes up and down, shall all flesh come to worship before me. So
Talking about the millennial reign. The New Jerusalem, that happens after the millennial reign. But there's a clear statement at the end of the book of Revelation that says there was no need for the sun or the moon, and there isn't even an ocean at this point anymore.
There's no need for the sun and the moon within the New Jerusalem, the city of New Jerusalem. But New Jerusalem does not cover the entire surface of the earth. It's only
it's in the context of the new heaven and new earth, though.
Right.
It's so bright that it covers everything. There's no need for anything. That's the point of having Jesus, God, as king, and having this giant temple is to produce light for the whole. They are the light. Why would you need the sun if you literally have them standing on the earth? That's a slight It's definitely a heresy, but it's close to a blasphemy there to say that you're still going to need the sun and the moon after you physically have God the Father on the planet with you and the New Jerusalem. They're supposed to light everything. That they are the light.
So
What is that?
So there'll be no more nighttime?
No, there'll be no more night, period. Except the outer darkness, which is hell, the lake of fire will be burning forever.
Huh. Okay. I see what you're saying. Because, it says, but see, when I read the city, it's talking about specifically the city of New Jerusalem had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of God did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof. And the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it. Okay. So I can see what you're saying. And then
I would say, yeah, that city has enough light in it to give light to the entire earth to where you wouldn't even need the sun or the moon. They wouldn't. I'm pretty sure it does say specifically though that there was yeah, okay, that's that verse you're pointing to right now. And it does say city, so I'll give you that, but
yeah.
I don't know.
The city being the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from heaven, and he gives clear dimensions of how big it's going to be. That is 12,000 furlongs, which, if you convert that to miles, it comes around to be 1,500 square miles, and that's about 2/3 the size of the United States. By no means is it the entire Earth.
Yeah. I don't know, that's a whole nother thing right there, because then you're talking about a theological conflict between still having day and night as normal throughout eternity, which I've never thought of it that way before. I've never read that and just figured it was being local to New Jerusalem and not the rest of the earth. Like, I don't know, man. That would take a whole nother discussion, to be able to prove that.
Right.
Because yeah, it does say the sun and the moon, everybody's going to come every Sabbath, but if that's only for a certain amount of time, after, because you still have God in control of the world, it's just in a localized area until God the Father shows up, New Jerusalem, then it's like planetary. It's like the whole globe. It's just like, and the sun and the moon are still there. So I don't know why you have Jesus, but apparently it's not producing that much light. I don't know what's up with that. It does say when they saw Jesus at the transfiguration, that it was like the brightness of the sun, but it was just because they're just making an analogy, it's like it was super bright. Couldn't even hardly look at it. You couldn't stare directly at it, that's for sure. So I'm just saying, I don't think that the sun and the moon are even necessary at all after a certain point. You, in a local area, why would, I don't know, man. This is not something I've ever even researched, so.
Yeah, I'm just of the belief that the people who make the first resurrection will be inheritors of the New Jerusalem, the kingdom of God. But then there's a concept of survivors of the nations, which are the people who survive the plagues and the wrath of God. And so those people will be left out and still be living as sinful mortals on the earth. And so the people that are outside the gates of the city, like Revelation 22 says, those people, I believe, are still going to be seeing a sun and moon above them, and that they will only truly see the glory of the New Jerusalem when they come near it. and come up to worship the Father, like he's going to demand all the earth to do, since he's going to rule over all the earth during this time. And he's only going to be going by the Torah, which is the eternal instructions for righteousness. That's what we see. The best depiction of this is where we see in Zechariah 14, towards the end. It says, verse 16, and it shall come to pass that everyone that is left of all the nations, you see, we're seeing somebody who's left of all the nations, which came against Jerusalem, shall even go up from year to year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, to keep the Feast of Tabernacles, right? So this is clearly prophecy about the kingdom, because right now there's no such decree. Nobody of the nations is coming up to Jerusalem to worship the King, to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. Most people don't even know what this is. Okay, so this is clearly prophecy of the kingdom, because it says King here. And it shall be that whoso will not come up of all the families of the earth unto Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain. And if the family of Egypt not go up and come not, that have no rain, there shall be the plague, wherewith the Lord will smite the heathen that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. This shall be the punishment, and the punishment of all the nations that come not to keep the Feast of Tabernacles.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what I'm saying, is that during this time period, I'm putting it in the millennial reign. And so it could be that the sun and the moon are still around at that time, but then eventually they go away.
Okay. I believe the start of the millennial kingdom is when the New Jerusalem descends, though. But you're saying no?
Yeah, I think New Jerusalem is a city that is descending from the third heaven down to earth after the millennial reign of Christ. 1,000 years passes, and now it's time for the battle of Gog and Magog. And then once that's over, you'll have this, and everybody's been cast into the lake of fire and judged. Then you'll have New Jerusalem.
So where will Christ be ruling from in the millennium?
From a great mountain that says the Mount Zion. This is what New Jerusalem will actually descend upon, because it says Jesus will descend on the Mount of Olives and it will split, creating a great valley, which means that the earth is literally going to move. It's going to split. I think that at that point, a giant mountain will be formed that will hold New Jerusalem when it descends 1,000 years later. So that localized area, that's where we will be dwelling. Doesn't have to be a temple or anything like that. It's just us and the Lord, probably just walking around a lot.
Okay, so you think Christ is just going to be ruling from some kind of mountain of sorts?
Yeah, like think of the Garden of Eden, a localized paradise for everybody. It's like 1,000 years of preschool, before you get to eternity. Everybody gets judged. It's like, I don't know. Could see it differently though, because there's pretty limited amount of information on all of it.
Okay. All right. All right. I just want to play one last thing, and I promise I'll let you go. This is what people like me and Iger and people of the Truther community call revelation of the method, which we believe to be some kind of spiritual pact between God and Satan, for Satan the deceiver to show us the truth of what he's up to in one way or another, and usually he does it through symbolism, and what I'm going to show you here, I believe to be called scripted reality, which is on the surface like a TV show, even fictional, because it's scripted, but because of the context and the content of what they're saying, when you read it between the lines, you can potentially see how they're actually revealing the truth to you under the guise of some kind of just TV show for entertainment. Okay, so yeah, they're just quick little like 1 minute clips. But just to clarify, do you believe we landed on the moon or no? I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did.
Okay, so let me just, since you said that, let me just play. Well, oh wait, you think we did, huh? Crap. I had another one for that. Hold on. Oh, here we go.
That's a legal name, passport,
Okay.
driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Uncle Coney.
Let's talk.
So yeah, this is Buzz Aldrin, one of the first men to walk on the moon. But let's hear what he has to say.
Talk about this because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly. I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
I know.
Okay.
So that's a legal name, passport.
So anyway, yeah, he said no, you didn't. No, you didn't. What you watched was animation. You can say that's not evidence or whatever, but I think it's like a slip of the tongue at the least, which is interesting at the least, I can say. But then, so this one here, it's these guys are working for a news station, and this is the boss that's showing this guy around who's supposed to be a potential employee that he's going to hire, and then so he shows him something backstage.
Today, April 14th, 1973. First historic pictures by Radstar of the combined U.S.-Russian landing on the moon. Shown here are Majors Webb and Mikhailovich taking their first steps into the unknown, firing their retro rockets to land their spacecraft on the dust-covered surface. A comforting note for us stay-at-homes, both the Pentagon and the Kremlin have announced that the moon has no strategic value.
A comforting note for us to stay at home. I can't show you any film on this next model. We haven't photographed it yet. But this is the way it will sound.
I notice you see a globe Earth here as well. So I believe, and you can disagree, that's fine. I believe what we're being shown here is this guy saw a stage set of a lunar moon surface, and this guy turns on the TV where the news anchor was claiming that we landed on the moon. So I think what we're being shown here is that it was a staged event. Okay, but then let me just quickly go to the next one.
This is thick. This is going to happen in 1973. You're going to make this happen?
No. We are going to make models much cheaper. Then we photograph the models.
Fake newsreels.
Fake newsreels.
Fake newsreels. They talk really fast, so I have to just, yeah.
For the past 10 years, people have been looking at our fake newsreels and listening to our fake commentaries.
And they accept it for the truth.
So he said people have been looking at our fake newsreels and listening to our fake news commentary. And this guy said, and they just accept it as truth.
And you can do it. Stop 100 people in the street. How many of them have actually seen a missile or a satellite? They're just told they exist and they believe it.
Yeah, you're getting there. I knew you would.
Well, now the moon rocket and the satellite, that you can get away with. That's too remote for people to grasp. It's too far away. But
Yeah, so if you caught the end of it there, he said, stop 100 people on the street, ask them if they've ever seen a missile or satellite, and they just believe it because they're told that it's true. So that's, to me.
Yeah, and I've seen these videos like multiple times now that I've done a lot of streams with Iger, and it's like the fact that y'all like to play these same videos just shows that it's not because of science that you're convinced. It's because of these interesting talking points that you have for everything, and this huge rabbit trail that you're skilled in going down. And it's like, I really think that's more of like an ego thing, though, or like an emotional attachment to the theory. It's not really based on science.
Well, I was giving you scientific arguments like in the beginning. I'm just going down the line now, because to me the science alone proves it. But then when you see stuff like this, it just kind of comes at you from a different angle. But are you saying you've already seen this?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, even this one where he makes fun of him.
I'm having a flat Earth debate. You don't think I prepared for this? Like, I've seen basically everything there is to see on flat Earth at this point. I haven't spent 2 years on it, that's for sure. But the overall, I don't know how many documentaries you gotta watch on it, but I don't know. I honestly didn't watch very many documentaries. I watched more debates on it than anything. But in those debates, there was a lot of videos brought up because that's what they like to do, which is not normal to do in a debate, really, like play a video. It's like you're supposed to really talk through whatever issue that you have. But
yeah,
either way, they play a lot of videos in the debates. I've seen a lot of them.
Nothing is wrong with a little visual aid, to like back up your point as a source of evidence. I mean,
yeah, but everything in the video, can just be. You could actually just say everything that they said, like, and summarize it in much less time rather than play the video. So it seems like the video and the fact that it's so entertaining, that's really the evidence that they have for their position. You like the videos so much, you don't want to let go of that, because if those aren't true, well, then it's like, well, then what am I going to watch tomorrow on TV?
Well,
can't watch any flat earther fight anybody on it. It's like nothing for you to do. It's a big distraction.
I mean, this is back from 1970. I'm not gonna watch this, but no, I just want to play this quick little 10-second clip.
You didn't really believe there were all these things whizzing about up there, did you? Sputniks and rockets? Astronauts crossing their legs for 8 days.
How long has this been going on?
Yeah, so he said, you don't really believe all these things are whizzing up there, do you? The rockets and the Sputnik astronauts crossing their legs for 8 days. So to me, this is a clear example of what we in the truther community call truth in plain sight, which means they're telling us the truth of what's really happening, or the lack of what's happening, under the guise of a TV show. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that there, just because I think that they're right on the moon landing or whatever, but could be. That's definitely not good, like logic, though. I don't know, man.
Like even stuff like
wow, Neil Armstrong. Hey, wait a minute. You're supposed to be on the moon. I just saw it on TV.
Oh, there's a tape delay, and with all solar winds.
Okay, cut.
You know what I mean, bro? It's just like it just goes on and on.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of videos, but that's just entertainment though. Big nothing burger, because that's what the flat earth is. No good for evangelism, no good for science, no good for anything except distraction.
All right.
I don't plan on spending any more time on it after this debate, which thank God it's finally over.
Amen. Amen. Yeah, thanks. I know I came in super late, so thanks for bearing with me and going through all that.
I appreciate everything you're bringing forth, though. I just not comfortable with it. That's unfortunate. I think, I'll be okay though. You can get some other person, and it'll be a great witness to them. Just don't think it's going to be me, at least not right now.
No worries, brother. Yeah, I don't. Like I said in the beginning, I from what I've experienced, in one way or another, whether it's God blinding them or just their own cognitive dissonance, or just perspective on how other people will think about them, with like the stigma attached to it. For one reason or another, some people just won't accept whatever evidence is presented before them, because of the implications it makes, and the large paradigm shift you have to have about a worldwide conspiracy as big as this.
Yeah. So, I wouldn't say that even the conspiracy it's kind of a collection of things. It's like, it's a big conspiracy. There's this, there's that. There's a lot of information that goes into it. And then there's the biblical aspect, trying to prove it from the Bible. Multiple layers to the flat earth cake. I got to try to it's either that I don't have time or that I don't have the interest to try to spend as long as I think it would take to convince me on the topic. And it's like, maybe that isn't my area. For you, yeah, it's been a great thing for you, like you said, but maybe for other people. But I would think it would, for most people, this would not be a good area to get them interested in and to get them focusing their time on. Because what if they're not good at it? And it takes them a really long time, to get all these talking points or whatever together. The whole thing seems like a red flag to me. Can't trust it. Not comfortable with it. What do you do?
Yeah, who knows? I just think people can come to the truth of God in many different ways, and I believe the cosmology is one major way to do it, because a major reason, and in fact primary reason why we worship the God of Israel is because he is such a eternally wise and intelligent and powerful, omniscient being that was smart enough to create this just absolutely miraculous, wonderful creation that we live in, and so like Exodus 34:6 says, it describes the character of God, which is hold on, I had it saved here. It describes his character as merciful, gracious, long-suffering, and abundant in goodness and truth, right? But at the same time, he is all those things, right? But more so, he's the creator of the heavens and earth. And so I think it is important that we have an accurate representation of what he did create for us, And I think at least to a certain extent, God himself cares that we mankind who are created in his image have a proper understanding of what he did create, and that it's not distorted by, maybe fallible, deceptive men.
Yeah. And, it's a good thing that even though we do disagree on this, it's like a major deal. But it's like we can still at least come to the common ground that there was a creator and a flood. It's kind of difficult to explain that with a flat earth, I would think. It's not the point. It's like there's a creator, there's a flood, there's if those things are true, and then there's the Bible, which we believe to be accurate. It's like that's like far enough, in my opinion. I don't know if it would be necessary for me to, if the flat Earth was true, to spend that much time trying to collect all that information and process it. It's like,
well,
how far do you have to go?
I mean, for me, I love it. I mean, like as a personal testimony, I already told you, how I came across it, and what it led to, which is me believing in the Bible. But before that, Chris, I can tell you that I was, you can say like a poor victim of the heliocentric space propaganda. And I was one of those people that felt like my life was worthless. And mind you, I've always believed in God since the beginning, since I can remember, since early ages. And it's not even because I was growing up in a Christian home. It was because I looked at nature and I thought, okay, you know what? There has to be a God. This is way too amazing and beautiful for it to have come about by some random accidental explosion out of nothing. Like they want us to believe as kids with the whole Big Bang Theory, okay? But despite that, I always believed in God. But growing up through middle school and high school, and even throughout college, because I still did believe in space, and so the Earth would be a small little rock ball of water hurling through it. I ultimately had feelings of just worthlessness and hopelessness. Like my life didn't matter. There was no purpose to it. And it led to like heavy bouts of chronic depression. Because I was just lost. I didn't know why I was living here, like I was like, what's the point of all this if I'm just going to die and like forget about it all? It seemed like it was all in vain. But then when I at least personally realized that, oh, you know what? Wow, wait a minute. This Earth is the only plane of existence in the universe, and outside of it is heaven. And heaven is God, Christ, and all the angels. It was very comforting. And then when I just had a completely shift in my paradigm, and all of a sudden I felt special. I felt unique. I felt like I felt like God did love me. That I was created with a purpose. And like I just started looking at the world through a new set of eyes, like I was a child, like learning about my environment again. And when I saw the sun moving across the sky, it felt just so amazing and comforting to know that God created these amazing, glorious, divine, heavenly luminaries just for us. Like the Earth is geocentric, stationary, and then the sun, moon, and stars all revolve around us to give us light. Like it's not just in the middle of space for all the other planets to go around, and us, the Earth, it just happened to be one of the 9 planets doing the same thing. Like, when I saw that creation revolves around us, and especially mankind, since we're created in the image of God, unlike all the other beasts of the earth. Man, you have no idea. I've never, I've never been depressed ever again. And that's something I dealt with for the majority of my life, to the point where actually I had suicidal thoughts. Okay. Like it was serious, but clearly I didn't need to go to a psychologist or psychiatrist or take some of those depressive medications. All that need to happen was me realize my importance and divinity to a certain extent, through the perspective and eyes of God. That's all it took. And so it's absolutely changed my life for the better.
That's good. I mean, honestly, it's a good thing. So nothing negative about that. I think that what your zeal and your knowledge and stuff, it made it started out like that, and that's a good path that it took you on. There could be some hope for you though. Maybe, it started out that way, but that's not, the way that it is. So with all your knowledge and stuff, now that you've learned about the flat earth, then you can just learn that it's not true and then be a better witness for God instead of doing what you do now, which is promote and evangelize a theory that makes no sense. That's just all my opinion though, and no offense either, even though it does probably sound greatly offensive. I'm sorry for that. I'm just, giving you some brotherly love here. That's all that is. Which I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't think what I'm saying is true. But also don't want you to take it the wrong way.
No, as they say, once you go flat, you can't go back. So
yeah, I mean, I've heard that, so I believe it at this point.
Yeah, and as far as offending me, there's nothing you could say that would, especially when you read things like Psalm 119, verse 165. It says, "Great peace have they which love your law, and nothing shall offend them." So I wholeheartedly subscribe to that.
Yeah. All right, then, Rebel, we're going to close this, and then that will be maybe I'll eventually, have like a round 2. We can even do one if you wanted, but probably I'm going to take definitely a break from the flat earth. It's been wild, man. I've been just doing nothing but research this topic. I wish I could have found evidence, hoping for it, honestly, but just not now. It's not there yet. It could be possible.
All good. Yeah, no worries, bro. Thanks for having me on. I know I kept you super late.
Oh yeah, you're cool. Flat Earth debate. It wouldn't be a flat Earth debate if it didn't go 6 hours.
Yeah, it's a deep topic, man. Yeah, this stuff goes a long way. So for sure.
I appreciate you making that happen. So it's an honor to have you here, Rebel. It's awesome.
Yeah, and thanks for hosting, bro. I'm sure I'll see you again on another show.
I don't know if I'm sub to you or not. Is that your name on YouTube, Rebel Nazarene?
Yeah, I don't have a. I mean, technically I do, but I don't do any content or anything.
Oh, you don't post nothing? Why not?
I feel like I don't have the time for it.
Man, you got a lot of flat Earth videos. You could just be posting them.
Well,
probably get views.
They're on other channels, so like they're already there. I don't need to like repost it online.
Oh yeah, I guess not.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming. It's too dark in this room for. Oh no, maybe people can see me. So, this has been the Flat Earth debate. Hope you enjoyed. Love you all. Rebuke and reprove. It's good to see you in the chat. It's like a new face. I don't know if I've seen you before here, but thanks for coming. Bubblegum Gun. Peter, you already left, but shout out to Peter. He was an amazing debater. Okay. He knew his stuff. So I'll give that to him. And I wouldn't say that I came close to converting to the flat earth, but I think that you shouldn't shame a flat earther. You should definitely stray away from trying to be too negative towards them, because they might actually one-up you on your knowledge of what's really going on in the world, and surprise you with some stuff that you didn't know about. You'll be legitimately surprised what you find. So just be careful, with anybody who believes anything, and try to be compassionate. So, because even if you really want them to be wrong in a specific area, you want to be right. Like, you have to love them at the end of the day, no matter what happens. You just keep that in mind, and then we can actually grow. It's when we begin to like divide, and begin to actually have grudges or hateful feelings towards one another just because we disagree will not be good. So we don't want to be distracted on who's right or wrong. We want to focus our attention on, overcoming those differences, I guess, by you show someone that despite you disagree with them or whatever, you're still going to be there for them as a human being, as family. That's what it's about. If we can grow and begin to agree on things that we used to disagree on in the process, that's great. And I really think that's what it's there for. That's to keep us interested, to keep us working, to try to come together, unite. That's the whole point. Jesus wants us to be of one mind. We're of one mind. We can focus collectively as a group and get the task done of saving the world, bringing them to Christ. So, Rebel, thanks for coming. Everybody, God bless America. I'm out.